In 326 BCE, Alexander the Great stood at the edge of a river in India, the Hyphasis. His army stood behind him, but for the first time in 13 years they refused to cross. These men had followed him from Macedonia. They'd marched 17,000 miles, through deserts, over mountains. They'd conquered the mighty Persian Empire, seen lands no Greek had imagined. But here, in the rain and mud, they said no, no more. Alexander went to his tent. For 3 days he waited. He believed they would change their minds. They didn't. This was the only time anyone ever stopped Alexander the Great. The only time he turned back. By then, he'd already built the largest empire the world had ever seen, from Greece all the way to India. And in just 13 years, this young king from a small mountain kingdom changed everything. Forever. Macedonia in 359 BCE was nothing like the great kingdoms of the ancient world. It sat in the mountains north of Greece. Rocky, cold in winter. The Greeks to the south called Macedonians barbarians. Half Greeks at best. They said Macedonians drank their wine unmixed with water, ate too much meat, spoke Greek with such thick accents that proper Greeks could barely understand them. The kingdom was falling apart. The previous king had just died in battle, along with 4,000 Macedonian soldiers. The Illyrians were invading from the west, the Paeonians from the north, the Thracians from the east. Athens was plotting to take the coastline. Most people thought Macedonia would disappear, be carved up by its neighbours like a roasted lamb at a feast. Then Philip II took the throne, Alexander's father. He was 23 years old. Nobody expected him to last a year, but Philip was different. He'd spent 3 years as a hostage in Thebes when he was young. Thebes had the best army in Greece then. Philip watched everything, learned everything, how they trained, how they fought, how they thought about war. He came home with ideas. First, Philip created a new kind of army. Before him, Macedonian farmers would show up for war when called, fight for a season, then go home for harvest. Philip made the first professional army in Greek history. These men were soldiers all year, every year. They trained constantly, in summer heat, in winter snow. They learned to march 30 miles a day carrying their own supplies. The weapon that changed everything was the sarissa, a spear 18 feet long, made from tough cornel wood. Previous Greek spears were 8 feet, maybe 9. When Philip's phalanx lowered their sarissas, the enemy faced 5 rows of spear points before they could even reach the Macedonian front line. It was like fighting a metal porcupine. Philip also understood that war wasn't just about battles. He once said he could capture any city if he could get a donkey loaded with gold to its gates. Bribery, diplomacy, marriage alliances, secret deals. Philip used them all. He married 7 times. Each wedding brought new allies, new territories, new possibilities. In 357 BCE, Philip married Olympias. She came from Epirus, the mountain kingdom to the west. The wedding happened on the island of Samothrace during religious mysteries, sacred rites, secret ceremonies. Olympias was 16. Beautiful. Intense. Some said she was a witch. She kept snakes in her bedroom for religious rituals. She claimed to be descended from Achilles, the greatest warrior of Greek legend. On their wedding night, Olympias later swore she dreamed that lightning struck her womb. Fire spread through her body. She knew she would give birth to someone extraordinary. Philip had different concerns. He was building an empire piece by piece. First he dealt with the Illyrians, killed 7,000 in a single battle. Then the Paeonians. They became subjects. The Thracians made a treaty. Within 2 years, Macedonia was safe. But Philip wanted more, much more. He looked south to Greece. The Greek cities were always fighting each other. Athens against Sparta, Thebes against everybody. They were rich but divided. Philip started taking Greek cities on the coast. Amphipolis with its gold mines, Pydna with its harbour, Potidaea, Methone, one by one. The Greeks called him a tyrant, a barbarian king, but they couldn't stop him. When cities resisted, Philip had new weapons, siege towers that rolled up to walls, catapults that threw stones, battering rams with iron heads. He'd learned siege warfare from the best engineers in Greece, made it better. Athens tried to organize resistance. Their greatest speaker, Demosthenes, gave speech after speech warning about Philip. He called them Philippics, angry words, desperate words. "Philip is our enemy," Demosthenes shouted, "the enemy of all free Greeks." But the Greek cities wouldn't unite. They hated each other more than they feared Philip. By 346 BCE, Philip controlled most of northern Greece. He'd taken the gold mines of Mount Pangaion. They produced 1,000 talents of gold each year, more money than Athens collected. He used it to pay his soldiers, bribe his enemies, build his cities. The Macedonian court at Pella became something new. Philip invited Greek artists, poets, philosophers. The painter Zeuxis decorated the palace. The playwright Euripides wrote his last plays there. Macedonia was becoming Greek, but Greek with a Macedonian edge, rougher, stronger, more focused. The royal court was also dangerous. Philip's 7 wives meant 7 sets of children, 7 families wanting power, poison in wine cups, knives in the dark, guards who might be assassins. Everyone watched everyone. Trust meant weakness. Weakness meant death. Olympias was the most dangerous of all. She wanted her son Alexander to inherit the throne. Only her son. She whispered in ears, made alliances, made threats. Some said she poisoned rivals. Others said she used magic, dark rituals from her homeland, snake venom, midnight ceremonies. Nobody knew for sure. Everyone stayed afraid. Philip knew about the danger. He didn't care. He had bigger plans. The Persian Empire across the sea in Asia. It was massive, rich beyond imagination. It had invaded Greece twice before, burned Athens. Philip started talking about a grand crusade, all Greeks united, led by Macedonia, led by him, revenge for past Persian crimes, glory, gold, empire. The Greek cities finally gave Philip what he wanted in 338 BCE. Not by choice, by force. At Chaeronea, Philip's army met the combined forces of Athens and Thebes, the best of the old Greece against the new Macedonia. The battle showed how war had changed. The Greek hoplites pushed forward like they always did. Heavy infantry, bronze shields, short spears. They hit the Macedonian line, but the sarissas were too long, the phalanx too disciplined. Then Philip's cavalry hit their flank. Leading that cavalry charge was his 18-year-old son, Alexander. After Chaeronea, Greek independence was over. Philip called a meeting at Corinth. Every Greek city except Sparta came. They named Philip leader of all Greeks, hegemon. They agreed to his Persian crusade. They had no choice. Philip was 46 years old. He controlled Greece. He had the best army in the world. He had plans for the largest invasion ever attempted. He'd already sent advance forces to Asia. Everything was ready. Then came the wedding that changed everything. Philip decided to marry again, a young Macedonian noble girl, Cleopatra Eurydice. Her uncle Attalus was Philip's general. At the wedding feast, Attalus got drunk. He stood and made a toast. He prayed for a legitimate heir to the throne, a pure Macedonian heir. Alexander threw his wine cup at Attalus's head. "What am I then?" he shouted. "A bastard?" Philip stood up, drew his sword, on his own son. But Philip was drunk too. He tripped over a couch, fell on his face. Alexander looked down at his father, the conqueror of Greece, rolling on the floor. "Look," Alexander said to everyone, "the man who wants to cross from Europe to Asia can't even cross from one couch to another." Alexander fled that night with his mother. They went to Epirus. Philip had just made the worst mistake of his life. Not the sword, not the drunken fall. He'd humiliated his most dangerous son in front of everyone. The son raised by Olympias to believe he was descended from gods, trained from birth to be a king. 6 months later they reconciled. Alexander came back. But nothing was the same. The court was more dangerous than ever. Olympias wanted revenge. Alexander wanted respect. Philip wanted to leave for Asia, to start his great war, to escape the mess at home. He never got the chance. But that's where Alexander's story really begins, in this rough mountain kingdom, with this revolutionary army, with parents who gave him everything he needed to conquer the world and destroy himself trying. Alexander was born on July 20th, 356 BCE, the exact same day the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus burned down. This temple was one of the 7 wonders of the world. The goddess Artemis was supposed to protect it, but that night it burned to ash. Later, historians like to say Artemis was too busy. She was in Pella, attending Alexander's birth. Strange stories surrounded that day. Philip was away besieging Potidæa. 3 messengers reached him at once. The first said his general Parmenion had beaten the Illyrians. The second said his horse had won at the Olympic Games. The third said his wife had given birth to a son. The priest told Philip that a child born on the day of 3 victories would be invincible. Olympias had her own version. She said that the night before Alexander was born she dreamed a thunderbolt hit her womb. Fire spread through her belly. Flames shot out in all directions, then went dark. She knew Zeus had visited her, the king of the gods. Alexander wasn't Philip's son, he was the son of Zeus. Philip had a dream too. He saw himself putting a seal on Olympias's womb. The seal had the image of a lion. What did it mean? The prophet Aristander told him. Your son will have the heart of a lion. These stories might sound like legends made up later. Maybe they were, but Olympias believed them, or wanted everyone to think she believed them. She told Alexander these stories from the time he could understand words. You're special. You're chosen. You're the son of a god, not just any god, Zeus himself. Growing up in Pella wasn't safe, even for a prince, especially for a prince. The palace had many rooms, dark corridors, hidden passages, places where people disappeared. Alexander had official food tasters, men who ate his meals first. If they didn't die, the food was safe. He had guards, but guards could be bought. Everyone knew that. When Alexander was 5, a Persian exile came to court. His name was Artabazus. He'd rebelled against the Persian king and fled with his family. His daughter was Barsin. She was 14, beautiful, educated. She spoke Greek perfectly. Alexander met her then. 20 years later, she would become his mistress. But as a child, he just stared at this elegant Persian girl. So different from the rough Macedonian nobles. Alexander's first teacher was Leonidas, not the famous Spartan king, a different Leonidas, Olympias's relative. He was harsh, strict. He believed princes should be tough. Alexander slept on hard beds, ate plain food, ran every morning, wrestled, fought with swords. Leonidas would search Alexander's clothes and boxes, looking for hidden treats, soft things, weak things. One morning Alexander was making sacrifice to the gods. He threw too much incense on the fire, expensive incense. Leonidas grabbed his hand. When you've conquered the lands where incense grows, he said, then you can waste it. Not before. Alexander remembered. Years later, after conquering Gaza where incense came from, he sent Leonidas 18 tons of incense, with a note, now you can stop being stingy with the gods. Alexander learned to read with Homer's Iliad, the story of the Trojan War. His ancestor Achilles was the hero, the greatest warrior who ever lived. But Achilles had to choose a long, quiet life, or a short life with eternal glory. He chose glory, died young. But 3,000 years later, people still knew his name. Olympias made sure Alexander knew he came from Achilles' bloodline, through her family, the royal house of Epirus. She also told him about Philip's ancestor, Heracles, another son of Zeus. You have heroes on both sides, she said, gods on both sides. You're destined for greatness. Never forget that. The court at Pella was full of other boys, sons of nobles, future generals, future enemies. Cassander was there, son of Antipater, Philip's general. Cassandra and Alexander hated each other from the start. Ptolemy was there too. Maybe Philip's bastard son. Maybe not. Smart. Careful. Watching everything. Hephaestion came when Alexander was 8. Same age. Beautiful. Loyal. They became closer than brothers. Some said they were lovers. Alexander called him his Patroclus. In the Iliad, Patroclus was Achilles' closest companion, his other half. These boys trained together, fought together, competed in everything. Who could run fastest, throw farthest, fight hardest? Alexander usually won, not because he was strongest, he wasn't, but he had to win, needed to win, would do anything to win. When Alexander was 7, Persian ambassadors came to Pella. Philip was away. Again. Always away. Fighting. Conquering. Building his empire. Alexander received the ambassadors. A 7-year-old boy on his father's throne. The Persians expected childish questions. Toys. Games. Instead, Alexander asked about roads in Persia. How many days to travel between cities? Where rivers could be crossed? How the Persian army was organized, how the king picked his generals. The ambassadors looked at each other. This child was already thinking about invasion. The palace had the best doctors in Greece. They taught Alexander medicine, how to clean wounds, set bones, mix herbs for fever. Strange knowledge for a prince. But Alexander loved learning everything, languages too. He could speak Macedonian, proper Greek, some Illyrian, some Thracian. Later, he'd learn Persian. Knowledge was another weapon, another way to win. Olympias had her own lessons for him. Secret ones. She belonged to mystery religions, cults that worshipped gods with wine and dance and blood. She showed Alexander her snakes, huge ones that coiled around her arms. The gods speak through them, she said. Listen carefully, they'll tell you things. She taught him to read omens. Birds flying left meant one thing. Right meant another. Thunder was Zeus speaking. Earthquakes were Poseidon's anger. Philip didn't like this. When he was home, he'd watch Olympias filling Alexander's head with divine destiny. You're my son, Philip would say, made of flesh and blood, like me. Don't forget that. But Philip was rarely home, and when he was gone, Olympias whispered, You're meant for more than Macedonia, more than Greece. The whole world is waiting for you. Alexander was 10 when he first killed a man. Not in battle, at dinner. A Thracian ambassador insulted Philip. Questioned Macedonia's power. Alexander threw a spear from across the room. Perfect aim. Through the throat. The man died choking on blood. The hall went silent. Philip looked at his son, then laughed. Well thrown. The court relaxed. Laughed too. But they looked at Alexander differently after that. A child who could kill without hesitation, without regret. By 12, Alexander was ready for more than teachers, more than palace life. He wanted to prove himself, really prove himself, not just in games or dinner murders, in something that mattered, something people would remember. That chance came with a horse, a wild black stallion from Thessaly, huge, magnificent, completely untamable. The horse trader wanted 13 talents, a fortune, but nobody could ride him. He threw everyone, bit, kicked, fought like he was possessed. The horse's name was Bucephalus, ox head, because of the white mark on his forehead. Philip was about to send him away. Waste of money, waste of time. That's when Alexander stepped forward. What a horse they're losing, he said. All because they don't know how to handle him. Philip turned. You think you know better than your elders? I know I can ride this horse. And if you can't, I'll pay for him myself. Everyone laughed. A 12-year-old boy claiming he could tame what grown men couldn't. Philip nodded. Try then. Alexander had been watching. He'd noticed something others missed. The horse was afraid of his own shadow. When the shadow moved, the horse panicked. Alexander walked up slowly, took the reins, turned Bucephalus toward the sun. Now the shadow was behind them, invisible. The horse calmed. Alexander whispered in his ear, stroked his neck, then jumped on. Bucephalus exploded forward. But Alexander held on, let him run, let him tire. When they came back, the horse was calm, controlled. Alexander's. Philip had tears in his eyes, real tears. "My son," he said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Macedonia is too small for you. You need to find a kingdom worthy of you." From that day, Bucephalus was Alexander's. Only Alexander could ride him. They would be together for 20 years. Across the known world, into legend, the horse would save Alexander's life in battle. Alexander would build a city where Bucephalus died. But that was far in the future. For now a boy had tamed the untamable, and everyone who saw it knew. This prince was different, special, maybe even what Olympius claimed, divine. The horse dealer's name was Philonicus. He came from Thessaly, where they bred the best horses in Greece. That morning in 344 BCE, he brought his horses to the plain outside Pella. Philip was there with his court, looking for war horses, the best horses for his best men. Philonicus saved Bucephalus for last. The stallion was massive, 16 hands tall, pure black except for a white mark shaped like an ox head on his forehead. His eyes rolled wild, nostrils flared. When they brought him out, he reared up, screaming, fighting the ropes. 13 talents, Philonicus said. That was more than most men saw in a lifetime, enough to buy a small farm, build a house, live comfortable forever. Philip's best horseman tried to mount him. The first man got thrown into the dirt. The second barely touched the saddle before Bucephalus spun him off. The third got bitten, deep, blood running down his arm. Each attempt made the horse worse, more angry, more violent. "Take this monster away," Philip said. "No horse is worth 13 talents if no one can ride him." That's when Alexander spoke up. He'd been watching from the side, 12 years old, small for his age. "What a waste," he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "They're losing the best horse I've ever seen, all because they don't understand him." The courtyard went quiet. Philip turned slowly, his scarred face dark. "You think you understand horses better than my trainers? I understand this horse. These men have been riding since before you were born, and they're doing it wrong." Some men laughed, nervous laughter. You didn't contradict Philip, not in public, not even if you were his son. Especially if you were his son. Philip's good eye narrowed. The other was blind from an old arrow wound. "If you're so smart, show us. If I ride him, will you buy him for me?" More laughter, louder now. Philip smiled, not a kind smile. "If you ride him, I'll buy him. If you fail, you pay me 13 talents, from your own money." Alexander didn't have 13 talents. He had maybe 1 talent saved, birthday gifts, prize money from competitions. But he nodded. Done. He walked toward Bucephalus, slow, calm. Everyone else had run at the horse, grabbed at him, tried to force him. Alexander just walked. He'd noticed something while watching. Every time Bucephalus's shadow moved, the horse jumped, shied away, fought harder. The horse was afraid of his own shadow, a massive warhorse, terrified of a dark shape on the ground. Alexander took the reins from the handler. Gentle. He turned Bucephalus toward the sun. Now the shadow fell behind them, where the horse couldn't see it. Bucephalus stopped screaming. His ears flicked forward, curious. Alexander ran his hand along the horse's neck, whispered in his ear. Nobody heard what he said. Some secret between boy and horse. Then in one smooth motion, Alexander vaulted onto Bucephalus's back. The horse stood still for a heartbeat. 2, then exploded. He burst forward at full gallop, straight toward the open plain. The crowd gasped. Some thought the horse was running away with the prince. Philip stepped forward, his hand on his sword. But Alexander wasn't fighting Bucephalus. He was riding him, letting him run, letting him feel his own power. They thundered across the field, a black streak with a small figure crouched low on his back. At the far end, Alexander turned him. Not harsh, just a shift of weight, a gentle pull. Bucephalus responded. They galloped back, slower now, controlled. When they stopped in front of Philip, the horse was breathing hard but calm. Alexander slid off, patted Bucephalus's neck. The horse nuzzled his shoulder, like they'd been friends for years. Philip stood there, his rough face working through emotions, pride, fear, something else. "My son," he finally said, his voice carrying across the whole courtyard. "You need to find yourself a kingdom equal to your ambition. Macedonia is too small for you." He bought the horse, 13 talents, no bargaining. Bucephalus became Alexander's that day, and stayed his for the next 18 years, through every battle, every conquest, every triumph. The horse nobody could ride, except one boy who understood fear, even in the brave. Philip had a problem. Alexander was 13 now, too old for regular teachers, too young for the army, too smart for his own good. He needed something special, someone special. Philip knew exactly who. Aristotle, the greatest mind in Greece, maybe the greatest mind ever. He'd studied with Plato, who'd studied with Socrates, the golden chain of Greek philosophy. But Aristotle had surpassed them all. He understood everything. Politics, medicine, animals, stars, the nature of reality itself. There was one problem. Aristotle's father had been doctor to Philip's father, but Philip had destroyed Aristotle's home city, Stagira, sold the people as slaves, burned it to the ground. Not the best way to make friends. Philip wrote to Aristotle anyway, offered him anything, money, land, power. Aristotle wrote back with one demand: rebuild Stagira, free its people, let them go home. Philip agreed. That's how much he wanted Aristotle to teach his son. He rebuilt an entire city. In 343 BCE, Aristotle arrived in Macedonia. He was 41 years old, thin, dressed simple. He had a slight lisp, blinked too much. Not impressive to look at. But when he talked, the world made sense. Everything had a reason, a purpose, a place. Philip didn't want Alexander taught in Pella. Too many distractions, too much politics. He gave Aristotle a place called Mysa, the temple of the nymphs, 20 miles from the capital, gardens, streams, shaded walks, stone benches carved from the hillside. Perfect for thinking, for learning. Alexander wasn't the only student. Philip sent other boys too, the sons of nobles: Ptolemy, Cassander, Hephaestion, Nearchus, the future rulers of Macedonia, the future generals of the greatest army ever assembled. Though they didn't know that yet. They were just boys, 13, 14, 15 years old, sent to learn from a strange man who collected bugs and cut open dead animals. Aristotle taught them everything. But not like regular teachers. Regular teachers made you memorize, repeat, obey. Aristotle made them think, question, argue. The mark of an educated mind, he told them, is to entertain a thought without accepting it. He taught them biology by dissecting animals, showing how hearts pumped blood, how lungs drew air, how eyes focused light. Everything has a pattern, he said. Understand the pattern, understand the thing. He taught them politics by studying constitutions, not just Greek ones, Persian, Egyptian, Carthaginian. Every government fails eventually, Aristotle explained. Monarchy becomes tyranny. Aristocracy becomes oligarchy. Democracy becomes mob rule. The trick is knowing when to change before the collapse. But Alexander's favourite subject was Homer, the Iliad especially, the story of Achilles, his ancestor. Aristotle had made a special edition for Alexander. His own notes in the margins, comments about strategy, leadership, the price of glory. Alexander kept it under his pillow every night. Even years later on campaign, that same book travelled with him, his most precious possession. Achilles had to choose, Aristotle said one afternoon. They were walking through the gardens. Long life or eternal fame? He chose fame, died young. Was it worth it? Yes, Alexander said, no hesitation. You're sure? All those years lost, growing old, having grandchildren. Nobody remembers old men. Everyone remembers Achilles. Aristotle stopped walking, looked at his student. And if you had the same choice? I've already made it. He was 14 years old. Aristotle taught him medicine too, practical medicine, battlefield medicine, how to stop bleeding, treat fever, recognize poison. A king who can heal is twice a king, he said. Men will die for someone who saved their life. Geography was maps and more maps. The world according to Greeks, the world according to Persians, where rivers ran, where mountains rose, where deserts killed armies. Space is power, Aristotle explained. Control space, control everything. They studied Persian culture deeply, their religion, Zoroastrianism, their system of satrapies, how they managed an empire of dozens of different peoples, languages, customs. If you ever conquer them, Aristotle said, you'll need to become them, at least partly. Otherwise it all falls apart. If? Alexander asked. When? Aristotle corrected. He already saw it. What this boy would become. Maybe he tried to prepare him, or maybe he just made it worse, filling his head with ideas of greatness, divine destiny, world conquest. At night they studied stars. Aristotle had charts, instruments. He showed Alexander how to navigate by stars, how to tell time, direction, season. The universe has order, he said, mathematical, perfect, unchanging, unlike human affairs. Do the stars control our fate? Alexander asked. The stars incline, they don't compel. You have choice, always choice. That's what makes you human, not divine, human. But Alexander wasn't sure he wanted to be just human. They also studied ethics, right and wrong, justice, virtue. Excellence, Aristotle taught, is not an act but a habit. You are what you repeatedly do. He tried to teach Alexander moderation, the golden mean. Not too much courage, that's rashness. Not too little, that's cowardice. Just right. Alexander listened, nodded, understood perfectly, then ignored it completely. Moderation wasn't in him, never would be. He wanted everything, all of it. Now. After 3 years, Philip called Alexander back. He was 16, time to be regent, to rule while Philip was away fighting. Aristotle's formal teaching was done, but he'd planted seeds, ideas about empire, culture, what it meant to be great, really great, not just powerful, transformative. Years later, during his conquests, Alexander would send Aristotle specimens, plants, animals, rocks, from places Aristotle would never see. The student still trying to impress the teacher, still seeking approval, Aristotle would catalogue them, study them, add them to human knowledge. But by then their relationship had changed. Alexander had executed Aristotle's nephew, Callisthenes, had him tortured, killed, for refusing to bow, for questioning Alexander's divinity. The teacher and student never spoke again after that. The man who taught Alexander to question everything couldn't forgive him for killing someone who questioned him. Still, those 3 years at Mysa shaped everything that came after. Alexander conquered like a Macedonian, but he thought like Aristotle taught him. Systematically, strategically, culturally. He didn't just defeat enemies. He absorbed them, transformed them, created something new, a fusion of East and West that had never existed before. All because Philip paid for the best teacher in the world and got more than he bargained for. He wanted Aristotle to educate his son, make him a better king. Instead, Aristotle gave Alexander the intellectual tools to imagine something beyond kingship, beyond Macedonia, beyond Greece, an empire of the mind as much as the sword. Philip left for Thrace in 340 BCE. Another war, another campaign, always something to conquer, someone to fight. But this time was different. He made Alexander regent, 16 years old, in charge of Macedonia. Don't do anything stupid, Philip told him before leaving. Just keep things quiet. I'll handle the real work when I get back. Alexander nodded, agreed. then did the opposite. Within weeks, reports came in. The Mede tribe was causing trouble. They lived in the mountains northeast of Macedonia. Rough people, raiders. They'd been quiet under Philip, but with Philip gone they thought they could push, steal cattle, burn villages, test the boy king. The council told Alexander to wait. Let Philip handle it when he returned, or send a small force, just enough to contain them. Don't risk anything serious. Alexander called up troops instead. Not a small force, a real army. He marched north himself, leading from the front, just like Philip but faster, harder. The Mede expected negotiations, maybe some skirmishes. They got total war instead. Alexander hit them at dawn, no warning, no mercy. The Mede warriors fought hard, mountain fighting, ambushes, hit and run. But Alexander had learned from Philip's campaigns. He divided his forces, flanked them, drove them from their stronghold, burned their main town to the ground. But he didn't stop there. On the ruins he founded a city, Alexandropolis, Alexander's city, the first of many he'd name after himself. 16 years old and already building monuments to his own glory. He brought in Macedonian settlers, built walls, laid out streets, made it permanent, a statement. This is what happens when you challenge me. You don't just lose, you disappear, get replaced, erased. When Philip heard, he was furious, then impressed, then worried. The boy didn't just win, he conquered, completely, maybe too completely, too eager, too ambitious. But the deed was done. The Mede were broken. Alexandropolis stood. Macedonia's northern border was secure. Philip came back, looked at his son differently. Not a boy anymore, something else, something dangerous maybe, but useful. Definitely useful. 2 years later came the real test. 338 BCE, the Battle of Chaeronea. Athens and Thebes had finally united against Philip, the last great alliance of free Greek cities. If Philip lost, Macedonia would fall back into obscurity. Everything he'd built would crumble. The armies met on a plain in central Greece. 30,000 Macedonians against 35,000 Greeks. The Athenians held the left, the Thebans held the right, including the sacred band. 300 warriors, the best soldiers in Greece, lovers paired together, fighting side by side. They'd never lost, never retreated, never broken. Philip gave Alexander command of the cavalry, the companion cavalry, the elite. Hold them first, Philip said, then crush them. The plan was complex, dangerous. Philip would retreat slowly with his right wing, draw the Athenians forward, open gaps. Then Alexander would charge through, hit the sacred band, break the Greek line. The battle started at dawn, August 2nd, hot, dusty. The Athenians pushed forward, eager. They thought Philip was retreating for real. "We'll chase them back to Macedonia," their general shouted. They pressed harder, their line stretched, gaps opened. Alexander saw it. The moment. He raised his spear, kicked Bucephalus forward, 2,000 cavalry behind him. They hit the gap at full gallop, wheeled right, slammed into the sacred band's flank. The sacred band tried to turn, form a circle, their traditional last stand. But Alexander was already among them, 18 years old, screaming, stabbing, Bucephalus kicking, biting, the companions pouring through behind him. The sacred band died where they stood, all 300. They didn't run. That was their oath, their promise to each other. Alexander killed them all. Personally led the charge that destroyed the finest soldiers in Greece. The rest of the Greek line collapsed. Athenians running, Thebans surrounded, total victory. Greece belonged to Macedonia now, to Philip. But everyone talked about Alexander, the boy who broke the sacred band, the prince who fought like Achilles reborn. After the battle, Philip toured the field, saw the sacred band's bodies, all fallen facing forward, no wounds in their backs. He cried, actually cried. Perish any man who suspects these men did anything dishonourable, he said. He buried them with honour, built them a monument, the Lion of Cheronea. It stands there still. But Alexander didn't cry. He was already thinking ahead. Athens, Corinth, the Persian Empire beyond. This was just the beginning. A warm-up, practice for something bigger. Philip held a victory feast, got drunk, very drunk, started mocking the defeated, dancing, singing rude songs about dead Athenians. Alexander watched, disgusted. This was his father, the great Philip, dancing like a fool over corpses. An Athenian prisoner spoke up, Demades, brave or stupid. King Philip, he said, fortune has given you the role of Agamemnon, but you're acting like Thersites. Agamemnon was the noble king who led the Greeks against Troy. Thersites was the ugly, crude soldier who mocked everyone. Philip stopped dancing. Sobered up instantly, the insult hit home. He freed Demades, sent the Athenian prisoners home without ransom, tried to act kingly again. But Alexander had seen it. His father's true nature, crude, brutal. Just a Macedonian warlord who'd gotten lucky. Alexander was different. Or thought he was. He had Aristotle's training, his mother's divine blood, Achilles' legacy. He wouldn't just conquer, he'd transform, elevate, become something beyond human, a god maybe, or close enough. The Greeks made Philip their leader at Corinth, hegemon, commander for the Persian invasion. Philip gave speeches about Greek revenge, Greek unity, but everyone knew the truth. Macedonia ruled now, Philip ruled, and someday Alexander would rule. That day was coming faster than anyone knew. Philip had less than 2 years left. Alexander could feel it, like a storm building, lightning in the distance, change coming, big change. He spent those months preparing, training with the companions, learning Persian, studying maps of Asia, reading about Cyrus the Great, Xerxes, the Persian kings, their strengths, their weaknesses, how they'd built the largest empire in history, how he could take it from them. Philip watched his son, proud, worried. He'd created something he couldn't control, a weapon too sharp, too eager. But what choice did he have? Alexander was his best general, his heir, his future, Macedonia's future. Neither of them knew that future would come sooner than expected, that Philip would die at his own daughter's wedding, that Alexander would stand over his father's body, take his ring, his throne, his army, his dreams, and make them bigger than Philip ever imagined. But that was still ahead. For now Alexander was just a young general, brilliant, ruthless, waiting, always waiting, for his moment, his chance, his destiny. It was coming. Soon. Philip had been married 6 times before. Political marriages, alliances sealed with wedding vows. But in 337 BCE he fell in love. Or maybe it was lust. The girl's name was Cleopatra Eurydice. She was young, very young, maybe 15, beautiful, and most important, pure Macedonian blood. Her uncle was Attalus, one of Philip's generals, loyal, ambitious. He'd been pushing this marriage for months, his niece as queen, his family connected to the throne. Power, real power, not just military command, but royal blood, or close enough. The wedding was the event of the year. Every noble in Macedonia came, Greek ambassadors too, Persian spies probably. Everyone wanted to see Philip, now 46, marry a girl younger than his own son. Everyone wanted to see what Alexander would do about it. Alexander came, had to come. Not coming would be rebellion. But Olympia stayed away, locked herself in her rooms, raging, plotting. She'd been Philip's primary wife for 20 years, mother of his heir, now replaced by a child, a Macedonian child, which made it worse somehow. The feast went late. Wine flowed, Macedonian wine, unmixed, strong. Philip got drunk, happy drunk, sloppy drunk. Attalus got drunker. That's when he stood up, raised his cup, called for silence. "Let us pray to the gods," Attalus said, loud, making sure everyone heard. "Pray that from Philip and Cleopatra we get a legitimate heir to the throne." Legitimate heir? The hall went quiet. Everyone understood. If Alexander was legitimate, there'd be no need for another heir. Attalus was saying Alexander was a bastard. His mother Olympias was foreign, from Epirus, not true Macedonian, so Alexander wasn't true Macedonian either. Not legitimate, not really. Alexander stood up, his face calm, too calm. "What am I then, Attalus, a bastard?" Attalus smiled, wine-stupid smile. "I said what I said." Alexander threw his cup, hit Attalus square in the face, blood everywhere. Attalus went down. The hall erupted, men reaching for swords, Alexander's friends moving to protect him, Attalus's men moving forward. Philip stood up, drunk, furious, his scarred face red. "How dare you?" Not at Attalus, at Alexander, his own son. He drew his sword, actual steel, started moving toward Alexander, but Philip was too drunk. His bad leg, the one wounded years ago, gave out. He tripped over a couch, crashed to the floor, the king of Macedonia, conqueror of Greece, rolling in spilled wine and food. Alexander looked down at his father, the whole hall watching. "Look at this man," Alexander said. Clear, loud, each word cutting. "He's preparing to cross from Europe to Asia, but he can't even cross from one couch to another." Then Alexander walked out, calm, slow, like nothing had happened, but everything had happened. The heir had mocked the king, in public, in front of everyone who mattered. This couldn't be forgiven, wouldn't be. That night, Alexander and Olympias fled. They took horses, guards loyal to them, gold, not much else. They rode hard for Epirus, Olympias's homeland. Her brother Alexander ruled there. Yes, another Alexander. Confusing but true. He'd protect them, had to. Family bonds, sacred bonds. Philip woke up the next morning. Hangover. Rage. Regret, maybe. But not enough regret. He declared Alexander exiled. Official banishment. The heir to Macedonia was no longer welcome in Macedonia. Attalus stayed at court. Promoted. Rewarded. His niece was pregnant already, or claimed to be. A new heir coming, a legitimate one. 6 months passed. Strange months. Philip ruled, prepared his Persian expedition, but everyone wondered, what about Alexander, the best young general in Macedonia? The hero of Cheronea, gone, his mother gone, their supporters nervous, quiet, waiting. Philip wasn't stupid. He knew this was dangerous. An exiled prince with a claim to the throne, a bitter mother who knew too many secrets, foreign relatives who might support them. This was how civil wars started, how kingdoms fell apart. A man named Demaratus helped fix it. He was from Corinth, rich, diplomatic, friend to both Philip and Alexander. He came to Pella. Philip asked about Greece. "How are things in Corinth?" "It's strange," Demaratus said, "that you worry about peace in Greece when you can't keep peace in your own family." Philip didn't kill him for that, which showed he was already thinking the same thing. He needed Alexander back. Not because he loved him, because he needed him. The Persian expedition needed him. Macedonia needed him. And keeping him in exile was more dangerous than bringing him home. So Philip sent messages, "Come back. All is forgiven. Your position is secure. Nothing has changed. Lies mostly." Everything had changed, but necessary lies. Political lies. Alexander came back. Had to. Sitting in Epirus while Philip conquered Persia? Unthinkable. But he came back different, harder, more careful. He'd learned something important. His father would destroy him if necessary. Blood meant nothing. Power meant everything. The reunion was public, formal. Philip embraced his son. Alexander embraced his father. Everyone pretended things were normal, but Olympia stayed in Epirus. She knew better, knew Philip, knew what was coming. She was already making her own plans. The court was tense now. Two factions, those supporting Alexander, those supporting Attalus and the new wife. In the middle, Philip, playing both sides, using the tension, keeping everyone off balance. It was how he ruled: divide, control, conquer. But Philip made one mistake. He arranged another marriage. His daughter Cleopatra, yes, same name as his new wife, Macedonian naming was repetitive, would marry Alexander of Epirus, Olympias's brother. A grand wedding, all of Greece invited, show of power, unity, strength. He scheduled it for summer 336 BCE, the greatest celebration Macedonia had ever seen. Games, feasts, parades. Philip would show the world that Macedonia was united, strong, ready to conquer Persia. The wedding would launch the great expedition. Alexander attended the planning, smiled, agreed with everything. But his friends noticed changes. He was drinking more, trusting less, watching everyone, sleeping with a dagger under his pillow. Well, he'd always done that. But now he kept his hand on it, even while sleeping. Attalus was sent ahead to Asia, leading the advance force for the Persian expedition. Good for him, got him away from Alexander, but also gave him an army, 10,000 men loyal to him. If Philip died, Attalus could return, claim the throne for his niece's baby, the new heir. Meanwhile, that baby had been born. A girl, Europa, not the male heir Attalus wanted, but Philip had other women pregnant. Always did. One might produce a son, a full Macedonian son. Then what would happen to Alexander? Everyone was thinking it, planning for it. The succession crisis that was definitely coming. Philip was 46, old for a Macedonian king. They usually died in battle by 40. He'd survived longer than most, but luck runs out. Always does. Alexander waited, watched, prepared. He rebuilt his network, his supporters, made sure the army remembered Cheronea, who'd really won that battle, who'd broken the sacred band. Not the old king, the young prince. He also made peace with some enemies, showed mercy, forgiveness, acted kingly. Let people imagine him as ruler, better than the current ruler maybe, younger, stronger, less drunk, less crude, more like what Aristotle had taught, a philosopher king, or close enough. The stage was set. The wedding would be in July, at Aegae, the old capital, where Macedonian kings were crowned, where they were buried, sacred ground, holy ground, the perfect place for a grand celebration, or a grand tragedy. Nobody knew which it would be, but everyone felt it. Change coming, big change, the kind that redraws maps, rewrites history, destroys kingdoms, creates empires, the kind of change that only comes when kings die and princes become kings. The morning of July 336, BCE started perfect. Clear sky, cool breeze. The theatre at Aegae was packed, every seat filled. Macedonian nobles, Greek ambassadors, Persian spies probably. Everyone who mattered in Philip's world was there, watching, waiting for the king to appear. The wedding yesterday had been magnificent. Philip's daughter married to Alexander of Epirus. Alliance secured, everyone drunk, happy, pretending the tensions didn't exist. That Attalus wasn't in Asia with an army. That Alexander wasn't waiting for his chance. That Olympias wasn't in Epirus plotting revenge. This morning was the grand procession. Philip would enter the theatre, watch performances, receive tribute, show the world Macedonia's power, then announce the Persian expedition officially, the Great War finally beginning. Philip had arranged something special. 12 statues of the Olympic gods would be carried in. Zeus, Hera, Apollo, all of them. Then a 13th statue, Philip himself, equal to the gods, divine Philip. It was blasphemy, maybe, or just politics. Persian kings were gods. If Philip wanted to conquer Persia, maybe he needed to be a god too. The statues entered first, carried by priests. The crowd cheered, clapped, played their part. Then Philip appeared at the entrance, wearing white, pure white, like a bride or a sacrifice. He'd dismissed his bodyguards, wanted to enter alone, show he didn't fear anyone. Beloved Philip, protected by the gods themselves. Alexander was already inside, sitting in the royal section, watching everything. He saw his father pause at the entrance, saw him wave to the crowd, saw the man moving through the shadows, fast, too fast. The man's name was Pausanias, young, handsome once, one of Philip's bodyguards, but more than that, Philip's lover, former lover. It was complicated, messy, the kind of personal drama that destroys kingdoms. Years ago, Pausanias had been Philip's favourite, shared his bed, his secrets. Then Philip moved on to another young man, also named Pausanias. The first Pausanias got jealous, said things, cruel things. The second Pausanias killed himself, threw himself into battle, died proving he wasn't a coward. The second Pausanias had been Attalus' friend, maybe relative. Attalus wanted revenge, so he invited the first Pausanias to dinner, got him drunk, very drunk, then let his men rape him, all night, left him in the street like garbage. Pausanias went to Philip, demanded justice. Philip did nothing, couldn't punish Attalus, needed him. So he promoted Pausanias instead, made him chief bodyguard, gave him gold. Thought that would be enough. It wasn't. Now Pausanias moved through the entrance, a Celtic dagger in his hand, short, sharp, perfect for close work. Philip saw him too late, turned, started to speak. The blade went in under his ribs, up, into the heart. Philip looked surprised, then fell, white robes turning red. The conqueror of Greece dying in a theatre entrance, alone. Pausanias ran, had horses waiting, 3 of them. Strange. Why 3? Who else was supposed to escape? But he tripped. Some say over a vine, others say someone tripped him. Alexander's men, maybe, making sure he couldn't talk. 3 bodyguards caught him, speared him right there. No trial, no questions. Dead men tell no stories. The theatre exploded, screaming, running, chaos. Alexander moved fast, faster than anyone. He was at his father's body while others were still processing what happened. He took Philip's signet ring, the royal seal, put it on his own finger, then stood, bloody, calm, king. But it wasn't that simple. Never is. Macedonia didn't have automatic succession. The army chose kings, and there were other candidates. Philip's other son, Aridaeus, older than Alexander, but simple-minded. Some said Olympias had poisoned him as a baby, made him stupid, safe. There was baby Caranus, Philip and Cleopatra Eurydice's son, born just months ago. A baby but fully Macedonian. Alexander's friends moved fast. Antipater, Parmenian's sons. They surrounded Alexander, got him to the palace, secured the gates, the treasury, the weapons. By noon, Alexander controlled Pella. But controlling the palace wasn't the same as being king. The next days were crucial and bloody, very bloody. Cleopatra Eurydice died first, she and her baby. Olympias had returned from Epirus the moment she heard Philip was dead. She found Cleopatra and forced her to hang herself. But first, she made her watch as they killed her infant son, thrown against a wall, smashed. Europa the daughter was strangled. The pure Macedonian heirs were gone. Alexander claimed he didn't order this, was horrified. Maybe true, maybe not. But he didn't punish Olympias. Couldn't. She was his mother, his supporter, his proof that he was the true heir, the son of Philip. not the bastard Attalus had called him. Speaking of Attalus, he was in Asia with 10,000 men, the advance force. He could return, fight for the throne, or declare independence, make his own kingdom. Alexander sent Hecataeus to deal with him. Bring him back alive if he surrenders. If not, kill him quickly. Attalus tried to negotiate, sent letters to Athens, maybe planning rebellion. Hecataeus didn't wait to find out. Killed him, brought his head back. Proof of loyalty. Proof that Alexander's enemies died, even far away, even with armies. The assembly of the army met. They had to choose. Alexander stood before them, 20 years old, proven in battle, hero of Chaeronea, Philip's chosen heir. Or was he? Did Philip choose him? Or did Philip's death choose him? Antipater spoke first. Old general, Philip's friend, but practical, always practical. The boy has proven himself. At Chaeronea, against the Maedi, he has Philip's blood, Philip's courage, Philip's genius for war. Macedonia needs a warrior king. The expedition to Persia needs a young king. Alexander is both. Others agreed. The soldiers loved Alexander. He drank with them, fought beside them, knew their names, their stories. Philip had been respected, feared, but Alexander was loved. That mattered. In the end, that's all that mattered. They proclaimed him king, Alexander III of Macedon. He stood there, Philip's ring on his finger, Philip's crown on his head, Philip's blood still probably on his sandals, and made his first speech as king. My father prepared everything for the great expedition. Nothing has changed except the name of the king. We will still invade Persia, still have our revenge, still win glory, gold, land. Everything my father promised, I promised doubled. The army cheered. But Greece didn't. The moment Philip died, Athens celebrated. Thebes plotted rebellion. The Thessalians blocked the passes south. Everyone thought the same thing. Philip is dead. His boy is weak. Macedonia is finished. Time to be free again. They were wrong about everything, especially about Alexander being weak. Within days, Alexander marched south. So fast the Greeks couldn't believe it. He found a mountain path around the Thessalian blocks, appeared behind them. They surrendered immediately, elected him leader like they'd elected Philip. No fighting needed. He reached Thermopylae, where 300 Spartans had died fighting Persians. The Greeks were gathering, planning resistance. Alexander arrived first, set up camp, waited. Let them come to him. One by one, Athens sent apologies. So sorry about celebrating Philip's death. Thebes sent promises of loyalty. Everyone bent the knee, except Sparta. But Sparta didn't matter anymore. Hadn't for years. At Corinth, they confirmed him as hegemon, leader of the Greeks, just like Philip. The expedition would continue. Nothing had changed, except everything had changed. Philip would have conquered Persia maybe, taken some territory, installed some governors, gone home. Alexander had different plans, bigger plans. He didn't want to raid Persia. He wanted to become Persia, rule everything, from Macedonia to India, from Egypt to Scythia, the whole world, or as much of it as existed. But first, he had to secure his base. Greece was quiet, for now. But the northern tribes were moving. Illyrians, Thracians, Scythians. They smelled weakness. Thought the boy king would be easy prey. Alexander would have to teach them otherwise, teach everyone otherwise. He also had to deal with questions. Who really killed Philip? Was it just Pausanias, acting alone for personal revenge? Or was there more? Olympias was suspected. She'd hated Philip, hated his new wife. Some said she'd promised Pausanias protection, encouraged him, maybe provided the horses. Alexander was suspected too. He had the most to gain. The timing was perfect, right before the Persian expedition, when he might be replaced, when Attalus's faction was growing stronger. Too convenient, too clean. The Persians were suspected. They had gold, lots of gold, and motive. Stop Philip before he invaded. A dead Philip was better than a conquering Philip. Maybe they paid Pausanias, or someone else. The three horses suggested a bigger plot. Nobody knew for sure. Nobody ever would. Pausanias was dead. The witnesses were dead or scared. Alexander was king. That's all that mattered. The truth was whatever the king said it was. And Alexander said nothing, just smiled when asked, changed the subject. Let people wonder. Fear was useful. Mystery was power. Alexander gave his father a royal funeral, the biggest Macedonia had ever seen, burned him on a pyre of precious wood, buried him in a golden box in the royal tombs at Igi, with his ancestors, with his horses, his weapons, his crown, everything except his ring. Alexander kept that, wore it always, wore it. Then he got to work, real work, killing work. The list of executions was long. Anyone connected to Attalus, dead. Anyone who'd questioned Alexander's legitimacy, dead. 2 of the Lyncestid brothers. They'd had some distant claim to the throne, dead. The 3rd brother, Alexander Lynkestis, survived. He'd been first to hail Alexander as king. Smart man, he lived, for now. But it wasn't all killing. Alexander showed mercy too. Strategic mercy. Philip's generals, who accepted him immediately, he promoted, gave them land, gold, promises of more in Persia. Antipater became regent of Macedonia, would rule while Alexander was gone. Parmenion, despite his son being married to Attalus' daughter, stayed as second in command. Too valuable to lose, too dangerous to alienate. The Greek cities were testing boundaries, not rebelling, not yet, but pushing, Athens especially. Demosthenes was giving speeches again, his Philippics now aimed at Alexander, calling him a boy, a tyrant, a murderer who killed his own father. Maybe true, probably not provable, but dangerous words. Alexander marched to Corinth, not with the full army, just enough. A show of force, a reminder. The Greeks folded immediately. They'd seen what happened to Thebes before. When Philip destroyed it, they didn't want that. So they smiled, bowed, confirmed Alexander as hegemon, leader of the expedition against Persia, just like his father. At Corinth, Alexander met Diogenes, the famous philosopher, the cynic who lived in a barrel, owned nothing, wanted nothing, mocked everything. Everyone wanted to see this meeting. The young king who wanted everything. The old philosopher who wanted nothing. Alexander found Diogenes sunbathing, lying naked outside his barrel. The king stood over him, waited. Diogenes said nothing, didn't even look up. "I am Alexander," the king said. "I am Diogenes," the philosopher replied. "Ask me for anything, I'll grant it." Diogenes looked up then, squinted. "Stand aside, you're blocking my sun." The guards were shocked, insulted, ready to kill this rude old man. But Alexander laughed, real laughter. "If I were not Alexander," he said, "I would want to be Diogenes." Diogenes snorted. "If I were not Diogenes, I would still want to be Diogenes." Alexander left him there, in his barrel, in his sunshine. Later people asked why he didn't punish such disrespect. "Because," Alexander said, "he's the only honest man in Greece, and honest men are too rare to kill." From Corinth, Alexander went to Delphi, the oracle, the voice of Apollo. He wanted prophecy, divine approval, something to tell the troops. The gods are with us. Victory is certain. That sort of thing. But the oracle wasn't receiving visitors. It was a forbidden day. No prophecies allowed. Religious law, sacred tradition. Alexander didn't care. He grabbed the priestess, Pythia, started dragging her to the temple. She was old, frightened. "You're invincible, my son," she cried. Alexander let her go, smiled. "That's all I needed to hear. Invincible. Anarchatos in Greek. Unconquerable. It became his favorite word, his identity. Alexander the Invincible, chosen by the gods, confirmed by oracle, destined for greatness. But Greece was just the beginning. The northern borders were stirring. Triballi, Getae, Illyrians, all the tribes Philip had beaten into submission. They thought the boy would be weak, thought they could break free, raid Macedonia while Alexander was busy in Greece. Alexander marched north in spring 335 BCE. Fast, always fast. Speed was his weapon as much as swords. The Triballi held Mount Haemus, good position, high ground. They'd rolled wagons to the top, filled them with rocks. Plan was simple. When Macedonians climbed up, roll the wagons down, crush them. Easy. Alexander saw the wagons, understood the plan, gave strange orders. When wagons came, soldiers with room should lie flat. Let wagons roll over them. Soldiers without room should lock shields overhead. Make a shell. Let wagons roll over that. The Triballi couldn't believe it. They released the wagons. Macedonians dropped flat or raised shields. Wagons bounced over them. Nobody died. Then Macedonians stood up, charged, took the mountain. Triballi ran. Battle over in an hour. Next came the Danube, the great river, northern border of the civilized world, or so Greeks thought. Beyond it were Getae, Scythians, endless barbarians. Alexander decided to cross it. Why? Because it was there. Because nobody expected it. Because he could. No bridges, no boats. Well, a few boats. Not enough for an army. So Alexander had his men stuff their leather tents with hay, made them into floats, crossed at night, 4,000 infantry, 1,500 cavalry, horses swimming, men paddling on tent floats. Insane, impossible. They did it anyway. They did. The Getae woke up to find Alexander's army on their side of the river, where they couldn't be, shouldn't be, but were. The Getae ran without fighting, just ran. Left their city empty. Alexander burned it, made his point. There were no rivers he couldn't cross, no places he couldn't reach, no safety from him anywhere. Word spread. Tribes came to submit, even Celts, from far northwest, almost mythical to Greeks. They came to Alexander, made peace. Alexander asked them what they feared most, expected them to say him. They said they feared the sky would fall on their heads. Alexander laughed. Called them friends. Let them go. But remembered the insult. The Celts didn't fear him. Yet. Then came real trouble. The Illyrians had united under Clitus. Different Clitus from Alexander's friend. This one was a king. Smart. Dangerous. He'd taken the fortress of Pelium. Strong position. Hills all around, river in front, and he had allies, Taulantians under King Glaucius. Together, maybe 20,000 warriors. Alexander had maybe 15,000. He was outnumbered, surrounded actually. Clitus held the fortress. Glaucius held the hills. No escape route, no supplies coming. It looked bad, really bad. Some of Alexander's officers suggested negotiating, withdrawal. Alexander suggested something else, a parade. Next morning he had his men form up in the plain, full armour, perfect formation. Then they did drill manoeuvres, complex ones, wheeling, advancing, retreating, spears up, spears down, in perfect unison, perfect silence. No war cries, no drums, just silent, precise, terrifying perfection. The Illyrians watched from the hills, fascinated, confused. What was this? Magic? Ritual? Then Alexander had his men turn toward one section of hills, lower spears, and scream, all at once, the loudest war cry ever heard. The Illyrians there broke, ran, opened a gap. Alexander charged through the gap, got his army to safety. Then, that night, he came back. No torches, no sound. Found the enemy camp, both armies together, drunk, celebrating. Thinking Alexander had run away. He hadn't. He'd just been waiting. For this. The slaughter was complete. Clitus escaped. barely, Glucius too. But their armies died. Pelium fell. The Illyrians wouldn't threaten Macedonia again for a generation. Alexander was heading home when the message came. Thebes had rebelled. They'd heard a rumour. Alexander was dead, killed by Illyrians, his army destroyed. Macedonia was leaderless. Time for freedom. The Thebans had attacked the Macedonian garrison on their citadel, declared independence, called for all Greeks to rise up. Democracy, freedom, death to tyrants. Athens was considering joining. Sparta too. Everyone waiting to see what happened. Alexander force-marched south. 300 miles in 13 days. Impossible speed. The Thebans couldn't believe it when he appeared. He's supposed to be dead. His army's supposed to be gone. But there he was, outside their walls, very much alive, very much angry. He gave them one chance. Surrender. Blame it on bad leaders. Go back to being subjects. They refused, called him tyrant, boy, murderer, said they'd rather die free than live as slaves. So Alexander killed them. Spring 335 BCE came early. The snow melted fast in the mountains. Rivers ran high and muddy. Alexander stood in Pella looking at maps, his generals around him, pointing at problems, threats, dangers everywhere. The Triballi are moving, Antipater said, old general cautious. 20,000 warriors, maybe more. The Getae are raiding across the Danube, another added, burning villages, taking slaves. Illyrians are gathering in the west. Cletus is calling tribes to war. They wanted Alexander to pick one threat, deal with it, then maybe another, careful, slow, safe. That's what Philip would have done. But Alexander wasn't Philip. We'll deal with them all, Alexander said, this summer, all of them. The generals looked at each other. That was impossible. These enemies were hundreds of miles apart, different terrain, different tactics. You couldn't fight them all in one season. Could you? Alexander could, or thought he could. Same thing, really. He took 15,000 men, left Antipater to guard Macedonia with the rest, marched north toward the Triballi first. They held the passes through Mount Haemus. Good defensive position, steep slopes, narrow paths. They'd prepared something special too. The Triballi had collected wagons, dozens of them, loaded with rocks, logs, anything heavy, positioned at the top of the main pass. When the Macedonians climbed up the narrow path, they'd release the wagons, crushing, unstoppable. The whole army destroyed in minutes. Alexander reached the pass, looked up, saw the wagons. His scouts reported what they'd learned from locals, the Triballi's plan. His officer suggested finding another route. Would take days, maybe weeks, but safer. No, Alexander said, we go straight up. The wagons... I see them. Alexander was thinking. You could watch him think, his eyes moving, calculating. Then he smiled. That smile that meant he had an idea, usually a crazy idea. How wide is the path? Maybe 20 feet at the narrowest. And how wide are wagons? 8 feet, maybe 10. So there's room. Room for what? The officers didn't understand, Alexander explained. When the wagons came down, soldiers who had room would lie flat, completely flat. Let the wagons bounce over them. Soldiers who didn't have room would lock shields overhead, make a roof, a shell, let the wagons roll over that. It was insane. Lie down in front of rolling wagons, trust your shield to hold against tons of crushing weight. But Alexander said it like it was obvious. Simple. Already decided. The next morning they climbed. Alexander in front, always in front, the Triballi watched, waited, let them get halfway up, into the killing zone, then released the wagons. The ground shook, wagons thundering down, loaded with death. Macedonian soldiers saw them coming, heard Alexander's command. Down or shields, now! Some dropped flat, pressed themselves into the earth. Others raised shields, locked them together, braced. The wagons hit, bounced, flew over the prone soldiers, crashed over the shield roof, made terrible noise, but kept going, down the slope, into nothing. The Macedonians stood up, alive, all of them. The Triballi couldn't believe it. Their perfect trap failed, impossible. But there were the Macedonians, coming up the slope, fast now, angry now. The battle was short. Triballi broke, ran, 3,000 dead. Alexander lost 50 men, maybe less. The pass was his. The Triballi king fled to an island in the Danube. Alexander couldn't reach him there. No boats. Didn't matter. The threat was broken. But Alexander kept marching north, to the Danube itself, the great river. Edge of the world, some said. Beyond it were the Getae, horse peoples, raiders. They'd been hitting Macedonia's borders, taking what they wanted, running back across the river, safe. Alexander reached the Danube. It was huge, quarter-mile wide, fast current. The Getae were on the other side, 4,000 warriors, 20,000 people total. They had a town there, walls. They thought they were safe. The river protected them. Alexander had maybe 5 boats, small ones, fishing boats he'd found. Could carry maybe 50 men each. Not enough to ferry an army. His officers suggested building more boats. Would take weeks, or making a deal with the Getae. Peace for gold. "We cross tonight," Alexander said. "How?" Alexander pointed at the grain fields, wheat ready for harvest. "Cut it, all of it." They cut wheat all day, confused but obedient. That evening Alexander had them stuff their leather tents with the wheat stalks, pack them tight, seal them with grease. They made floats, rough ones, but floats. That night, 4,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry crossed the Danube, on tent floats, in fishing boats, horses swimming, men paddling, silent in the darkness, the current trying to sweep them away. Some probably drowned. Nobody talked about that. They reached the other side before dawn, formed up in the wheat fields. As the sun rose, the Getae saw them. Impossible. An army on their side of the river, where no army could be, should be, but was. The Getae didn't even fight, just ran, abandoned their town, fled into the endless plains. Alexander burned the town, made sacrifices to Zeus, to the river god, to anyone listening, then crossed back, point made. No river could stop him. No one was safe from him, anywhere. Word of the crossing spread. Tribes came to submit, even ones Alexander hadn't threatened yet. The Celts came from far away, almost legendary people, tall, pale, strange customs. They came to make peace with this king who crossed impossible rivers. Alexander received them, gave them wine, lots of wine, asked them questions about their lands, their customs, then asked what they feared most in the world. He expected them to say him, Alexander, the river crosser, the unstoppable. "Right, we fear," the Celtic chief said, drunk and honest, "that the sky will fall on our heads. Not Alexander, the sky." Alexander laughed, called them friends, sent them home with gifts, but he remembered. They didn't fear him. That bothered him, maybe more than it should have. From the Danube, Alexander turned west. The Illyrians were gathering. King Cleitus had united several tribes. King Glaucius of the Taulantians had joined him. Together they had maybe 25,000 warriors, more than Alexander's whole force. They held the fortress of Pelium. Strong position. Hills on 3 sides. River on the 4th. The only approach was a narrow valley, perfect for ambush. Cleitus held the fortress. Glaucius held the hills. Anyone entering that valley would be surrounded, trapped, destroyed. Alexander entered the valley. His scouts had reported everything, the enemy positions, the numbers, the trap. Alexander knew. He went anyway, set up camp in the valley, right where his enemies wanted him. Cleitus must have thought it was a gift from the gods. The boy king was an idiot after all. The next morning, Alexander did something strange. He had his entire army form up in the valley, full armour, perfect formation, 32 ranks deep. Then they began drilling. Not fighting, drilling, training maneuvers, the kind they practiced every day. Wheel left, wheel right, spears up, spears down, forward march, about face, perfect unison, perfect silence. No war cries, no drums, just the sound of synchronized footsteps, spear butts hitting the ground together, shields moving as one. The Illyrians watched from the hills, confused. Was this magic, a ritual, a prayer? The Macedonians kept drilling, hour after hour, never breaking formation, never making a sound except their movements, hypnotic, terrifying. Then Alexander gave a signal. The entire phalanx turned toward one section of hills, lowered spears, and screamed, all at once. The loudest war cry ever heard, echoing off the mountains. The Illyrians on that hill broke, ran, opened a gap in the encirclement. Alexander's cavalry charged through the gap. Then the infantry, fast, organized. They escaped the trap, set up a new camp on safe ground. The Illyrians thought they'd won. Alexander had retreated. They came down from the hills, both armies, joined together in the valley, made camp, celebrated, drank, sang songs about the coward boy king who ran away. 3 nights later, Alexander came back. No torches, no moon. His men had wrapped their weapons in cloth, muffled everything. They crept through the darkness, found the enemy camp, no proper sentries, everyone drunk, asleep, feeling safe. The killing started at the edges, silent at first, throats cut, then deeper into camp, more noise, screams, panic, men waking to find Macedonians among them. Everywhere, no organization, no way to fight back, just chaos, death, terror. Clytus escaped, barely, lost most of his army. Glaucius got away too, but their power was broken. The Illyrian threat ended. Macedonia's western border secured in one night, one perfectly planned slaughter. Alexander was already marching home when the messenger found him. Exhausted horse, exhausted rider. Bad news, the worst news. Thebes had rebelled. The rumour started in Athens, or maybe Thebes, or maybe Persia started it, with gold and whispers. The rumour said Alexander was dead, killed fighting Illyrians, his army destroyed in the mountains. Macedonia was leaderless, weak. Now was the time. Thebes believed it, wanted to believe it. They'd been under Macedonian control since Chaeronea. A garrison of Macedonians held their citadel, the Cadmea, right in the heart of their city. Daily reminder of their slavery, they wanted freedom, now seemed like the perfect chance. The Theban exiles came home first, men who'd been banished, living in Athens, other cities. They came back, stirred up the people, made speeches about freedom, democracy. The old days when Thebes was powerful could be again. 2 Macedonian officers were in the lower city, getting supplies. The mob found them, killed them, cut them to pieces actually, then marched on the Cadmea, surrounded it. The Macedonian garrison was trapped, few hundred men, the whole city against them. Thebes declared independence, sent messages to other Greek cities. Rise up! Alexander is dead! Freedom is here! Athens listened, sent weapons, money. Not soldiers, though. Not yet. Wanted to see what happened first. Sparta was interested too. The Peloponnese stirred. Everyone watching Thebes. Alexander was 300 miles away when he heard, in the Illyrian mountains, his army tired from months of campaigning. Most generals would have taken time, rested the men, gathered supplies, planned carefully. Alexander marched immediately. 13 days, 300 miles, through mountains, across rivers, force marching, men eating while walking, sleeping in armour, getting 4 hours rest, then marching again. Impossible pace, killing pace. But they made it. Alexander appeared outside Thebes like a ghost, like resurrection. The Thebans couldn't believe it. He's supposed to be dead. His army is supposed to be gone. But there he was, 20,000 Macedonians setting up camp, very much alive. Even then, Alexander offered mercy. Send out the rebel leaders, free the garrison, pay a fine, go back to being subjects, no massacre, no destruction, just submission. It was a good offer, generous even, from a king who'd just force-marched 300 miles. The Thebans said no. They didn't just say no. They made speeches from their walls, called Alexander a tyrant, boy, bastard, murderer of his own father. They said anyone who wanted freedom should join them, stand with Thebes, against the boy pretender. Alexander gave them one more chance. Think about it overnight. Surrender in the morning, save your city, save your family's last chance. That night some Thebans wanted to surrender. The wise ones, the ones with children, with something to lose. But the Democrats were in charge, the Freedom Party. They controlled the assembly. They voted to fight. Democracy in action. Voting for suicide. The next morning the Thebans came out, formed battle lines. They had maybe 8,000 soldiers, plus armed citizens, maybe 15,000 total. Good position, though. Stockades, ditches, they'd prepared. They thought they could win, or at least hurt Alexander enough that he'd leave. Alexander studied their position. The gates, the walls, the weak points. He sent Perdiccas with one division to attack the stockades, draw their attention. Meanwhile, he waited with the royal guard, watching, looking for the moment. The fighting started, harsh, bloody. The Thebans fought well. Desperate men do. They pushed Perdiccas back, started celebrating, thought they were winning. That's when Alexander saw it. A small gate, left open in the confusion, maybe on purpose, maybe a mistake, didn't matter. Alexander charged, personally, through the gate, into the city. The Thebans tried to respond. Too late. Macedonians were inside, in the streets. The Theban army turned to face them, but that meant turning their backs on Perdiccas. He broke through the stockades. Now Macedonians were everywhere. What happened next was slaughter. Street by street, house by house. Macedonians killed everyone, men, women, children, old, young, didn't matter. The Thebans had chosen war. Now they had it. Real war, the kind that ends cities. Some Thebans made a last stand at the temple of Amphion, sacred ground. They thought maybe the gods would protect them, or maybe Alexander would respect the temple. He didn't. They died there. Blood on the altars, bodies on sacred stones. By noon, it was over. 6,000 Thebans dead. 30,000 captured. Would be sold as slaves. The city itself? Alexander let his Greek allies decide. The ones who'd come with him. Plataea, Orchomenus, Thespiae. Cities Thebes had destroyed before. They remembered. They voted for annihilation. Alexander agreed, or pretended to agree, made it seem like their idea. Thebes would be erased, every building demolished, except one. The house of Pindar, the poet. Dead 200 years but still honoured. His descendants could stay. Everyone else? Gone. The demolition took weeks. Systematic. Complete. Walls pulled down, houses burned, temples destroyed. Everything. Where Thebes had stood for 1,000 years, only rubble remained, and Pindar's house, standing alone, surrounded by destruction. The message was clear. Crystal clear. This is what happens when you rebel against Alexander. Not just defeat, annihilation, erasure. Your city gone, your people enslaved, your name a warning to others. Greece got the message. Athens immediately sent ambassadors, apologies, excuses. It was all a misunderstanding. They never really supported Thebes. Those weapons were for defence. That money was a loan. Please forgive us. Please don't come here. Please. Alexander forgave them. Sort of. demanded they hand over the anti-Macedonian leaders, Demosthenes especially. Athens begged, negotiated, offered money instead. Alexander accepted, took the gold, let Demosthenes live, for now. Sparta said nothing, did nothing, stayed neutral. Proud Sparta, never conquered, but also never helping, never risking, just watching, waiting, being irrelevant. The other Greek cities fell over themselves submitting, sending congratulations. You did the right thing, King Alexander. Thebes was rebellious, dangerous. Thank you for protecting Greece. Whatever you say, whatever you want, just don't come here. Please don't come here. Alexander had what he wanted. Greece terrified, obedient, secure. His base was solid. Macedonia controlled, borders protected, no threats behind him. Now he could do what he really wanted, what he'd always wanted. Turn east, cross to Asia, conquer Persia, become greater than his father ever dreamed. But first, winter, rest, preparation. The greatest invasion in history needed planning. Supplies, ships, men, lots of men. Alexander returned to Pella, held games for the gods, thanked them for victory, asked for more, much more. The army loved him now, really loved him. He'd done the impossible, crossed the Danube, crushed the Illyrians, destroyed Thebes, all in one season, while outnumbered. While they said he was too young, too reckless, too ambitious, he'd proved them wrong, all of them. The older generals still worried, Antipater especially. You're moving too fast, he told Alexander. Philip took 20 years to secure Macedonia. You're trying to conquer the world in 20 months. Philip didn't have me, Alexander replied. Arrogant, yes. True, also yes. Spring came to Macedonia in 334 BCE with perfect weather. Clear skies, calm seas. The gods seemed to approve, or maybe Alexander just said they did. Same effect, really. The army was ready. Greece was subdued. Time to begin the great adventure. Alexander had assembled the most professional force ever to leave Europe. 32,000 infantry, 5,000 cavalry. This wasn't some tribal horde. These were trained soldiers, specialists, engineers, doctors, surveyors, map-makers, even historians to record the glory. Callisthenes, Aristotle's nephew, came to write the official version, but there was a problem. Money. Philip had left debts, huge ones. All that conquering was expensive. Alexander had maybe 70 talents in the treasury, enough for a month, maybe. He'd borrowed 800 talents more. Still not enough, not nearly enough. How much money do we have for the campaign? Perdiccas asked during the final planning. 30 days of supplies, Alexander answered. And then? Then we'll have Persian gold. It was insane, invading the largest empire on earth with a month of food. But Alexander said it like it was perfectly reasonable. We'll win quickly or die trying. No middle ground, no retreat, all or nothing. Before leaving, Alexander gave away almost everything he owned. His lands, his royal estates, the income from mines. Gave it all to his companions, his generals, his friends. Antipater asked what he was keeping for himself. Hope, Alexander said. The march to the Hellespont took 20 days. Through Thrace, past Greek cities that cheered them, or pretended to cheer. Hard to tell the difference. At the strait, the army stopped. Asia was visible, right there. Across the narrow water, the Persian Empire, waiting. Alexander had collected ships, maybe 200. Enough to ferry the army across. Would take several trips. Most kings would have sent the army first, stayed safe on the European side until everything was secure. Not Alexander. He took the first ship, steered it himself, wore full armour, golden, shining in the sun. As the ship approached Asia, he threw a spear. It flew across the water, stuck in the beach. The message was clear. Asia was his, won by the spear, conquered land. When the ship touched shore, Alexander jumped off. First Macedonian to touch Asia, on purpose, Symbolic. Everything he did was symbolic now. He was creating his own legend in real time while living it. The first thing he did was visit Troy, the ancient city, where Greeks had fought Trojans 1,000 years ago, where his ancestor Achilles had died for glory. It was mostly ruins now, small town living in the shadow of greatness. But the temple was still there, with relics. Real or fake, who knew? Didn't matter. Alexander and Hephaestion ran naked around Achilles' tomb. Ancient tradition, oil on their bodies, racing, honouring the dead hero. Alexander placed a wreath on Achilles' marker. Hephaestion placed one on Patroclus's. Everyone understood. Alexander was Achilles. Hephaestion was Patroclus, the closest friend, the beloved companion. In the temple, priests showed Alexander ancient armour. They said it was from the Trojan War. Maybe Achilles' own armour. Probably not. Didn't matter. Alexander took it. Gave his own armour in exchange. From now on he'd carry Achilles' armour. Have it carried before him in battle. Another symbol. Another connection to divine destiny. The Persians knew Alexander was coming. Of course they knew. You can't hide 40,000 men crossing the Hellespont. But they didn't take it seriously. Not really. The Persian Empire was massive, from Egypt to India, from the Caucasus to the Arabian Desert. What was one small Macedonian army? An annoyance, nothing more. The Persian satraps, the regional governors, held a war council. Arsites, satrap of Hellespontine Phrygia, Spithridates of Lydia, others. They had maybe 20,000 cavalry, about the same in Greek mercenary infantry. Good troops. Should be enough to crush this boy. But they had Memnon of Rhodes, Greek general working for Persia. Brilliant, experienced. He'd fought Philip before, knew Macedonian tactics. Don't fight Alexander in battle, Memnon advised. Burn the crops, poison the wells, retreat. Make him chase us, starve him out. He has no money, no supplies, let hunger defeat him. Good advice, smart advice. The satraps ignored it. They were Persian nobles, proud. They wouldn't run from a boy, wouldn't destroy their own lands. That was cowardice. They would fight, beat him properly, send him home crying, or dead, preferably dead. They chose to make their stand at the Granicus River. Strange choice. Terrible choice, actually. They lined up on the far bank. High bank, steep. The river wasn't deep, but it was fast. Rocky bottom, muddy banks. Any army crossing would be vulnerable, disorganized, perfect for slaughter. Except that's not how you use rivers in warfare. You defend behind rivers, safe on your side, make the enemy cross under arrow fire, then hit them when they're struggling up your bank. But the Persians put their cavalry right on the bank edge, infantry behind them. Useless formation. The cavalry couldn't charge, the infantry couldn't fight. It was all wrong. Maybe they thought Alexander wouldn't dare cross, would see the impossible position and retreat, wait for better ground. That's what normal generals did. But Alexander wasn't normal, never had been. Alexander reached the Granicus in late afternoon, May 334 BCE. His scouts reported the Persian position. His generals looked at the river, the steep banks, the enemy cavalry waiting. Parmenion, the old general, spoke first. We should camp here tonight, cross at dawn upstream, find a better place. Good advice, sensible advice. Alexander ignored it. The Hellespont didn't stop me. This little stream won't either. He was already putting on his armour, the shining gold armour, 2 white plumes on his helmet, making himself the obvious target, the one every Persian would try to kill. At least wait for morning, Parmenion tried. The light. I would be ashamed, Alexander said, loud enough for everyone to hear, if after crossing the Hellespont this petty stream turned me back. He formed up the army. Cavalry on the right, him leading them, infantry in the centre, more cavalry on the left. The Persians watched, waiting. They had the advantage, every advantage, height, position, numbers in cavalry. Let the boy come, let him die trying. Alexander raised his spear, kicked Bucephalus forward. The companion cavalry followed, into the river, water to their horses' bellies, rocks turning under hooves, current pushing them downstream, Persian arrows falling like rain. The far bank was steep, muddy, horses struggling, men falling, Persians stabbing down with spears, pushing Macedonians back into the water. It was chaos, exactly what the Persians wanted, except Alexander kept coming, personally, right at the centre, right at the Persian commanders. He reached the top, somehow, Bucephalus clawing up the mud. Alexander's spear broke immediately. He grabbed another, fought his way forward. The companions pushed up behind him, one by one, then more. A foothold, then a wedge, then a breakthrough. The Persian noble Mithridates came at Alexander. Son-in-law of Darius, Alexander killed him, spear through the chest. Rusices attacked next, hit Alexander's helmet, dented it, dazed him. Alexander killed him too. Spithridates raised his sword behind Alexander, about to split his skull. Cletus the Black killed him first, saved Alexander's life. Would matter later, matter terribly. The Persian cavalry started to break. They weren't used to this. Personal combat, their leaders dying. They expected to push Macedonians back into the river. Easy. Instead, Alexander was among them, killing them. The companions were across, more coming. The Persian centre collapsed. Meanwhile, the Macedonian infantry had crossed, slower, steadier. They hit the Greek mercenaries, the ones who couldn't fight because Persian cavalry was in the way. Now the cavalry was gone, running. The Greeks were alone, surrounded. They tried to surrender, threw down weapons, asked for mercy. Alexander gave them none. These were Greeks fighting against Greeks, traitors. He ordered them all killed, all but 2,000. Those he sent to Macedonia, slaves, mine workers, living examples of what happened to Greeks who fought for Persia. The battle was over by sunset. Alexander lost maybe 100 men. The Persians lost thousands. More importantly, their confidence was gone. The boy they'd mocked had crossed an impossible river, killed their best commanders, destroyed their army in one afternoon. Alexander buried his dead with honour, built monuments, sent 300 Persian shields to Athens. The inscription read, "Alexander, son of Philip, and all the Greeks except the Spartans, give these offerings taken from the barbarians who live in Asia." Propaganda, but effective propaganda. The victory opened Asia Minor. The Greek cities there started liberating themselves, throwing out Persian garrisons, welcoming Alexander as saviour. He played the part, restored democracies, ended tribute, made himself the hero Greeks had waited for. But this was just the beginning, the opening move. The Persian Empire was vast. Darius III, the great king, hadn't even noticed yet. Not really, some border fight in a minor province. Nothing important, nothing threatening. He would learn differently. Soon. Alexander was coming. Had always been coming. Since birth, maybe. Since Aristotle filled his head with dreams. Since Olympias told him he was Zeus's son. Since Philip showed him how to conquer. The great war between East and West had begun. It would last 10 years, cover 10,000 miles, kill hundreds of thousands, create the largest empire the world had ever seen, and destroy the boy who created it. But that was all ahead. For now, Alexander stood on the battlefield of Granicus, 22 years old, victorious, alive when he should be dead, blessed by the gods, or lucky. Same thing, maybe. He looked east, toward the heart of Persia, toward his destiny, and smiled. The sun was getting low when Alexander reached the Granicus River. May 334 BCE, late afternoon, the worst time to fight, shadows long, light in your eyes if you faced west. The Persians held the east bank, perfect position. They could wait all night, all week if they wanted. Parmenion rode up beside Alexander, the old general, Philip's friend, voice of experience. We should make camp, cross at dawn, find a better spot upstream. Alexander was already studying the river, not deep, maybe 3 feet, 4 at most, but fast water. Spring melt from the mountains. The far bank was the problem, steep, muddy, 8 feet high in places, and covered with Persian cavalry. How many? Alexander asked. 20,000 cavalry, about the same in infantry. The Persian cavalry were right on the bank edge, packed tight, spears ready. Behind them, useless, were the Greek mercenaries. Infantry who couldn't fight because their own cavalry was in the way. Stupid formation, amateur mistake. But it looked impressive, frightening even. Alexander smiled. That smile that meant he'd seen something, some weakness, some opportunity. They're too close to the edge. That's their advantage, Parmenion said. They can strike down at us while we climb. No, that's their mistake. Cavalry needs room to charge, to build speed. They have no room. They're just standing there, waiting to kill us as we struggle up that bank. Alexander turned to his officers. They'd gathered around, waiting for orders, expecting to hear "make camp." Instead, Alexander started giving battle positions. Right now, this afternoon, cross the river into that death trap. This is madness, Parmenion said. Not quite arguing, but close. At least wait for morning, better light, rested men. Alexander put on his helmet, the shining one with 2 white plumes, making himself the brightest target on the field. I would be ashamed if this little stream stopped me. We crossed the Hellespont to get here. This is nothing. He wasn't really talking to Parmenion. He was talking to the men, the ones close enough to hear. They'd spread the words, tell everyone. Alexander isn't afraid. Alexander attacks when others would wait. Alexander is different. The companion cavalry formed up on the right wing. Alexander's elite, 2,000 horsemen, the best in the world. Alexander took his position at their front, Bucephalus pawing the ground, eager, always eager for battle, like his rider. When we go, Alexander told his companions, we go hard, straight at their commanders, kill the leaders, the rest will run, stay close to me, where I go, you go. Across the river the Persians watched. They could see Alexander. Impossible to miss him. The golden armour, the white plumes, the black horse. Some of them probably laughed. The fool boy was making himself a target. Good. Make it easy. The Persian commanders were there too, Spithridates, satrap of Lydia, his brother Rusaces, Mithridates, married to Darius's daughter, others, all in their best armour. This would be easy, glorious. They'd kill Philip's puppy and go home heroes. Alexander raised his spear. The signal. Trumpets sounded. He kicked Bucephalus forward, down the bank, into the water, 2,000 cavalry behind him. The sound was tremendous. Horses screaming, water splashing, men shouting war cries. The river was worse than it looked. The bottom was all rocks, slippery ones. Horses stumbled, some fell, men went under, heavy armour pulling them down. The current was stronger than expected, pushing them downstream, away from where they wanted to land. Persian arrows started falling. Thousands of them. Men died in the water, horses too, blood mixing with muddy water, bodies floating downstream. The companions kept coming, had to keep coming. Stopping meant death. Alexander reached the far bank first. Of course he did. The mud was deep. Sucking at Bucephalus's hooves, the horse fought upward, clawing, desperate. Persians above stabbing down with spears. Alexander's spear broke on the first impact. He drew his sword, kept climbing. A Persian noble swung at his head. Alexander ducked. The blade scraped his helmet. He stabbed upward, into the man's armpit, through the gap in armour. The Persian fell. Alexander was up, on the bank, solid ground. But he was alone, for a moment, long moment. Every Persian near him attacked at once. His shield took a dozen hits, spears, swords, axes. The shield splintered. He threw it away, grabbed another spear from a dead Persian. Cleitus the Black came up beside him. Then others, one by one, fighting for every foot of bank. The Persians had every advantage: height, numbers, position. But they couldn't use it properly. They were too packed together. Couldn't swing their weapons fully, couldn't charge, and Alexander kept pushing forward, right at their commanders. He'd spotted Mithridates, the purple cloak, the golden armour. Alexander spurred Bucephalus toward him. They met, spear against spear. Mithridates was good, experienced, but Alexander was better, or luckier. His spear found the gap below Mithridates' helmet. Through the throat, the Persian prince fell, dead before he hit the ground. That's when Rusaces attacked. From the side, his sword hit Alexander's helmet. Hard. The helmet cracked. Bronze and padding saved Alexander's skull, but he was dazed. Seeing double. Rusaces raised his sword for the killing blow. Alexander recovered faster, always faster. His spear went through Rusaces' chest. But behind Alexander, Mithridates was attacking. Sword already coming down. No time to turn, no time to block. This was death. Cleitus' spear took Mithridates through the eye. The Persian was dead instantly. His sword fell harmlessly. Alexander turned, saw the body, saw Cleitus, nodded. Nothing more. But both men would remember this moment. Cleitus had saved Alexander's life. It would matter later, in the worst way. The Persian cavalry was breaking now. Their best commanders dead. This impossible boy among them, killing everyone who came close. And more Macedonians were climbing the bank, every second. The trickle became a flood. The companion cavalry was across. On the left, the Thessalian cavalry was crossing too, Parmenion's son Philotas leading them. Good cavalry, not as good as the companions, but good enough. They hit the Persian left wing, already shaking, ready to run. In the centre, the Macedonian phalanx was crossing. Slower, steadier, 18-foot sarissas held high. They came up the bank like a bronze wall, unstoppable, inevitable. The Persian cavalry couldn't face them. Horses won't charge a wall of spears. They turned, fled. That left the Greek mercenaries, about 15,000 of them, professional soldiers, fighting for Persian gold. They'd watched the cavalry flee. Now they stood alone, surrounded. The smart thing would be surrender. Ask for terms. Join Alexander, maybe. He needed good infantry. They tried, threw down their spears, raised their hands. We surrender. Terms? We ask for terms. Alexander looked at them. Greeks, fighting against Greeks, taking Persian gold to kill their own people. No terms, you're traitors. He ordered the attack. Total attack. No mercy. The mercenaries grabbed their weapons again, formed a square. Desperate now. They fought well. Professionals always do, but they had no chance. The phalanx hit them from one side, cavalry from another, arrows from the third. It was slaughter. Some tried to run. The cavalry rode them down. Some tried to surrender again. Individual groups. Alexander ignored them, kept ordering attacks. By sunset, 13,000 Greek mercenaries were dead. The last 2,000 Alexander took as prisoners, slaves. They'd work in Macedonian mines until they died, which wouldn't be long. The battle was over. Alexander had lost maybe 30 cavalry, maybe 70 infantry. The Persians had lost thousands. More importantly, they'd lost confidence. The satraps who survived fled to their provinces, started preparing defences, or started negotiating secretly with Alexander, depending on their courage. Alexander walked the battlefield as the sun set. His armour was dented, blood-stained, his helmet cracked. He'd nearly died at least 3 times. Should have died when Mithridates attacked. But he was alive. The gods really did protect him. Or he was incredibly lucky. Or Cleitus was incredibly fast, maybe all 3. He found the bodies of the Persian nobles, had them cleaned, wrapped properly, sent back to their families with honour. Strange gesture. But Alexander understood something. He wasn't just conquering Persia. He was going to rule it. These nobles had families, powerful families. Better they remember him as honourable than as cruel. For his own dead he ordered a grand burial. Every man who died got full honours, name recorded, family notified and compensated, gold to widows, land to orphans. Alexander personally visited the wounded, knew their names, their stories, asked about their wounds, their bravery, made them feel like heroes, because they were, to him anyway. He also sent a message to Greece. 300 Persian shields, the best ones, captured from the enemy. They went to Athens to be hung in the Parthenon. The inscription was perfect propaganda. Alexander, son of Philip, and the Greeks, except the Spartans, dedicate these spoils taken from the barbarians dwelling in Asia. Except the Spartans. That was the key part. Sparta hadn't joined the expedition, stayed home, neutral. Alexander made sure everyone knew. Sparta missed out. Sparta was irrelevant. Sparta didn't matter anymore. The victory at Granicus changed everything. Before, Alexander was just another invader. Persia had seen many, beaten them all eventually. After Granicus, he was different, special, blessed, the man who did impossible things. The Greek cities of Asia Minor started rebelling against Persia immediately, throwing out garrisons, declaring for Alexander. He hadn't even arrived yet. Didn't matter. They knew which way the wind was blowing. The boy king who crossed impossible rivers and won impossible battles. That was the future. Persia was the past. After Granicus, the road south lay open. The Persian satraps had fled. Local garrisons were small, scared. Most cities opened their gates before Alexander even arrived. They'd been under Persian rule for generations. Now, suddenly, they were free. Sardis was first, the great city of Lydia, former capital of Croesus, the richest king in history. The Persian garrison commander rode out to meet Alexander, handed over the keys. No siege, no battle, just surrender. Smart man. He kept his life. Even got a job in Alexander's administration. Alexander entered Sardis like a liberator, which he was, sort of. He abolished the Persian taxes, well, replaced them with contributions to his campaign. Same amount, really, but it felt different. Psychology mattered. He restored democracy, let them elect their own leaders, from a list he approved. But still, elections, freedom. Kind of. The pattern repeated everywhere. Ephesus, Miletus, Priene, city after city. Alexander the Liberator, Alexander the Democrat, Alexander the friend of Greeks everywhere. It was brilliant propaganda, and partly true. The cities were freer under him than under Persia. Just not completely free. Nobody was completely free when Alexander was around. At Ephesus he found the Democrats and oligarchs killing each other. The Democrats had taken power when Persia fled. Now they were executing anyone who'd supported Persia. Blood in the streets, bodies in the harbour. Alexander stopped it. No more killing. Amnesty for everyone. But they supported our enemies, the Democratic leaders protested. They're all my subjects now, Alexander said. I don't kill my subjects, unless they rebel. That last part was important. The threat inside the mercy. Behave and live, rebel and die, like Thebes died. Everyone understood. At Miletus, things were different. The Persian fleet was coming. 300 ships. The garrison decided to resist. They had good walls, the harbour. Maybe they could hold out until the fleet arrived. Then Alexander would be trapped. His small fleet couldn't match the Persian navy. Alexander solved the problem simply. He captured the harbour first, put his ships there, all 160 of them, not many, but enough to block the narrow entrance. The Persian fleet arrived, couldn't enter, sailed around uselessly, then left. No harbour meant no supplies, no point staying. The city fell in days. Alexander was merciful again, mostly. The garrison commander and his men became slaves, but the citizens were spared. Another liberated Greek city, more propaganda for the cause. Then Alexander did something unexpected. He disbanded his fleet, sent the ships home, all of them. His admirals were shocked. How could you invade Persia without a navy? The Persians had hundreds of ships. They controlled the sea. Ships are expensive, Alexander explained, and I don't need them. But the Persian fleet will be useless when I control all the ports. Ships need harbours, food, water, money. Take the coasts, the fleet dies on its own. It was brilliant, or insane. Maybe both, but it worked. Without the cost of maintaining a fleet, Alexander could pay for more soldiers, and without defending ships, he could move faster, always faster. Halicarnassus was the exception. The one city that really fought. Memnon of Rhodes was there. The Greek general who'd advised the Persians at Granicus, the one they didn't listen to. Now he had command, and the city had massive walls, new fortifications, the best Persian garrison. The siege took months. Alexander brought up siege towers, battering rams, catapults. The defenders fought back hard, sorties at night, fire arrows. They burned one siege tower, damaged others. It was the hardest fighting since Alexander entered Asia. Finally, Alexander broke through. Part of the wall collapsed. Macedonians poured in, street fighting, vicious, house to house. But Memnon escaped by ship, with most of the garrison. The city fell, but the best enemy general got away. Would cause problems later. Winter was coming. Alexander split his forces. Dangerous move, but necessary. Parmenion took half the army inland, through the centre of Asia Minor. Alexander took the rest along the coast, moving fast, taking cities, securing ports, making sure that Persian fleet had nowhere to land. By spring 333 BCE, Alexander controlled Western Asia Minor. Every Greek city was free. Every port was his. The Persian fleet was sailing around uselessly, running out of money, men deserting, some ships defecting to Alexander, his strategy working perfectly. But this was still just the beginning. The edge of the Persian Empire. Darius himself hadn't even responded yet. The great king was in Babylon, or Susa, far to the east. He thought this was just a raid. Greeks had raided before, take some cities, grab some gold, go home. That's what always happened. Darius didn't understand yet. Alexander wasn't raiding, wasn't going home. He was coming for everything. The whole empire, the throne, the title of great king, and he was coming fast. Winter of 334 BCE. Alexander marched inland to Gordium, the ancient capital of Phrygia, where roads met. Trade routes from all directions. Control Gordium, control movement through Anatolia. But that's not why Alexander went there. Not the only reason anyway. Gordium had something special. A legend. A prophecy. A puzzle that had stood for 400 years. The Gordian knot. The story went like this. Centuries ago, the Phrygians needed a king. The oracle told them to crown the first man who rode into town on an ox cart. That man was Gordius, a peasant, a nobody. But the oracle had spoken. He became king. Good king too. Phrygia prospered. In thanks, Gordius dedicated his ox cart to Zeus, tied it to a post in the temple, used a special knot, impossible knot. The rope was made from cornel bark, hundreds of loops, no visible ends, nobody could untie it. Many tried, all failed. Then came the prophecy. Whoever untied the knot would rule all of Asia. Every conqueror who passed through tried, Persians, Greeks, Lydians. They all failed. The knot remained. The cart remained. The prophecy remained. Alexander arrived in early 333 BCE, the whole army with him. They'd wintered there, rested, reinforced, ready for the next campaign. But everyone wanted to see what Alexander would do about the knot. Would he try? Would he fail like everyone else? Would that mean he wasn't destined to rule Asia? The priest led Alexander to the temple, showed him the cart. Ancient now, the wood cracked but holding, and the knot. Brown rope, twisted, complex, no beginning, no end, just loops within loops within loops. Alexander walked around it, studied it, touched it. The crowd watched, holding their breath. His officers were nervous. If he failed, the men would see it as an omen. Bad for morale, bad for the whole campaign maybe. Alexander tried to find the ends. Couldn't. Tried to loosen loops. They just tightened others. The knot seemed alive, fighting back, protecting its secret. Minutes passed. Alexander kept trying. Failed. The crowd started murmuring. Worried sounds. Then Alexander stepped back. His hand went to his sword. It doesn't matter how it's loosened, he said. Drew the blade, one strike. The rope fell apart. The knot was gone. Asia is mine. Some say he found the pin holding the yoke to the pole, pulled it out. The knot fell apart naturally. Others say he really did cut it. Doesn't matter. What matters is what people believed. Alexander had solved the unsolvable, done the impossible. Again. That night thunder rolled across Gordium. Lightning filled the sky, but no rain. The priest said Zeus was speaking, approving. Alexander would indeed rule Asia. The prophecy was true. The gods had chosen. Whether Alexander believed it or not, his men did. That's what mattered. They would follow him anywhere now, into any danger, against any odds. He'd crossed impossible rivers, won impossible battles, solved impossible puzzles. He was beloved by the gods, or maybe he was a god himself. Some were starting to whisper that. From Gordium, Alexander marched south, through the Cilician gates, a narrow path through the Taurus mountains, so narrow that only 4 men could walk side by side. The Persians could have blocked it, trapped Alexander north of the mountains. They didn't. Why? Nobody knows. Incompetence, maybe, or they wanted him to come south into a trap. Alexander went through the gates fast. So fast he surprised the Persian garrison on the other side. They fled without fighting, left their treasury behind. Alexander needed that gold. Badly. His men hadn't been paid in months. Now they were. Happy soldiers. Loyal soldiers. At Tarsus, Alexander nearly died. Not in battle, in a river. Hot day, long march. He saw the Cydnus River, cold mountain water, clear, inviting. He stripped off his armour, jumped in. The shock of cold water on his overheated body caused instant cramping. Seizures, maybe. His guards pulled him out, unconscious, barely breathing. For days Alexander lay near death, fever, shaking. The doctors were afraid to treat him. If they failed, if he died, they'd be blamed. Executed, probably. Only Philip the Acarnanian was brave enough, or stupid enough. He mixed a medicine, strong one, dangerous one. Just before Alexander drank it, a letter came, from Parmenion, warning that Philip the Acarnanian was a Persian spy, planning to poison Alexander. Alexander read the letter, looked at the doctor, drank the medicine while handing Philip the letter to read. Philip went white, expected to die, but Alexander recovered. 3 days later he was up, weak but alive. He'd trusted Philip, been right, or lucky. The doctor became his personal physician, loyal forever, trust earned by trust given. While Alexander recovered, news came. Darius was coming. Finally, the great king himself, with the largest army he could gather. Some said 100,000, some said more. Exaggeration probably, but huge certainly. They were marching through Syria, coming to crush this annoying Greek boy once and for all. Alexander had maybe 35,000 men. If the reports were true, he was outnumbered 3-1. Maybe more. The rational thing would be retreat, find better ground, gather more troops, wait. Alexander marched toward Darius. Of course he did. The 2 armies were marching toward each other, but on different routes, through different passes. They actually passed each other. Ships in the night. Alexander going south through one pass, Darius going north through another. When they discovered what had happened, Darius was north of Alexander. Behind him, cutting off his retreat. Most generals would panic, their supply lines cut. Enemy behind them, outnumbered, trapped. Alexander smiled. Good, he said. Now Darius can't run away. He turned his army around, marched back north, toward Darius, toward the massive Persian army, toward what should have been certain death. But Alexander didn't believe in certain death. He believed in destiny, his destiny, to rule everything, and you can't rule everything if you're dead. So he marched toward Issus, a narrow coastal plain between mountains and sea. Perfect ground for him, terrible for Darius. The Persian numbers wouldn't matter there. No room to use them all. The battle would be equal, sort of. As equal as Alexander needed. November 333 BCE was coming. So was Darius. So was the battle that would change everything. Not just who controlled Asia Minor, but whether Alexander was really chosen by the gods, or just lucky. At Issus they'd find out. November 333 BCE. Alexander stood on a hill looking down at the narrow plain of Issus. Mountains on one side, sea on the other, maybe 2 miles wide. In that space Darius had packed his entire army. The Greeks who saw it said there were 600,000 Persians. Impossible number. Probably 100,000. Still 3 times what Alexander had. The strange thing was how they got here. Alexander had marched south looking for Darius. Darius had marched north looking for Alexander. They'd missed each other, used different passes through the mountains, like 2 hunters in the dark, passing without knowing. When Alexander learned Darius was behind him, his officers panicked, cut off, no retreat, no supplies coming, trapped between the Persian army and the sea. Perfect, Alexander said. Now he can't run away. Parmenion didn't share his confidence. He has 3 times our numbers, maybe more. Look where he's put them, Alexander pointed at the narrow plain. He can't use those numbers. The mountain squeeze his line. The sea blocks his cavalry. He's trapped his own army. It was true. Darius had made a terrible mistake. All those soldiers packed into a space where only the front lines could fight. Like trying to pour an ocean through a wine bottle. Most of his army would just stand there, watching, useless. Darius had formed his line behind the Pinarus River. Not much of a river. Shallow, but something. His best troops, the Greek mercenaries, held the centre. 30,000 of them. The Cardaces, Persian infantry on both wings. Cavalry on the right, near the sea. More cavalry on the left in the foothills. And in the very centre, behind the Greeks, Darius himself, in his golden chariot, surrounded by the immortals, his personal guard, 10,000 of the best Persian soldiers, all to protect one man. Alexander arranged his forces carefully, the phalanx in the centre facing those Greek mercenaries, the companion cavalry on the right, with him, the Salian cavalry on the left near the sea. But here's the clever part. He angled his line. The right wing, his wing, was forward, the left was back, like a spear pointed at Darius. When we charge, Alexander told his companions, we go straight for Darius, not his army, him. Kill the great king, the empire falls. Through 30,000 Greeks, someone asked. Around them, between them and the mountains, there is a gap. There was. Small. But Alexander had seen it. He always saw the gaps, the weaknesses, the chances. The battle started with arrows, thousands of them. Persian archers were famous, but the Macedonians had shields, good shields, and they were moving. Alexander led the companions forward at an angle, not straight across, diagonal, toward that gap he'd seen. Darius saw them coming, sent his cavalry to stop them. The horses met in the shallow river. Brutal fighting, spears breaking, swords flashing, men dying in the water. But Alexander kept pushing, always forward, always toward Darius. The gap opened, just enough. Alexander burst through with maybe 500 companions. They wheeled left. Now they were behind the Persian line, between the army and Darius. The immortals turned to face them. Too late. Alexander was already charging. Straight at the golden chariot, straight at Darius. The great king of Persia saw death coming, a young man on a black horse, covered in blood, eyes like a predator, coming for him. Only him. The immortals tried to stop Alexander, died trying. Nothing could stop him now. He was too close, moving too fast. Darius did the unthinkable. He ran. The great king, descendant of Cyrus, master of the largest empire on earth, turned his chariot and fled. His driver was too slow. Darius jumped out, took a horse, rode away, left his chariot, his royal cloak, his bow, his shield, everything, just ran. The Persian center saw their king fleeing. The panic spread like fire. If the great king runs, why should we stay? They broke, ran. The most powerful army in the world became a mob, running, trampling each other, desperate to escape. But on Alexander's left, things were different. Bad different. The Thessalian cavalry was losing. The Persian cavalry there was heavier, stronger, pushing them back. Parmenion sent messengers. "We need help. The left is breaking." Alexander had to choose, chase Darius or save his left wing. He wanted Darius, wanted to end the war right there. One dead king and it's over. But if his left collapsed, his whole army could be destroyed. He turned back, led the companions against the Persian cavalry threatening Parmenion, hit them from behind. They broke too. The whole Persian army was running now. The plain became a slaughter ground. Macedonians chasing, killing. No mercy for those who ran. The killing went on until dark. Persians trapped between mountains and sea. Nowhere to run. They died in the thousands, in the tens of thousands. The river ran red, literally red with blood. Bodies piled so high they formed dams. When it ended, Alexander had lost maybe 500 men. The Persians lost 50,000, maybe more. Nobody counted exactly. Too many bodies. But the real loss was reputation, prestige. The great king had run from a boy. The Persian army had collapsed. The myth of Persian invincibility was dead. Alexander found Darius's chariot, sat in it, tried on the royal cloak. Too long. He was shorter than Darius. His friends laughed. Alexander laughed too. Then he found Darius's tent. Not just a tent. A mobile palace. Carpets. Gold furniture. A bathtub made of silver. Perfumes. Wines. Treasures. So this is what it means to be a king, Alexander said. But the real treasure was in another tent. Darius's family, his mother Sisygambis, his wife Statera, supposedly the most beautiful woman in Asia, his 2 daughters, his 6-year-old son. They'd been left behind when Darius fled, abandoned. They expected the worst, rape, slavery, death. That's what usually happened to captured royal women. They were crying, terrified, had heard that Darius was dead. Alexander's men had been waving his cloak and weapons around celebrating. Alexander came to their tent the next morning, with Hephaestion, both young, both handsome. But Hephaestion was taller, more kingly looking. Sisygambis bowed to him, mistaking him for Alexander. "Don't worry," Alexander said when she realized her mistake and looked terrified. "He too is Alexander." He treated them with perfect respect. Called Sisygambis mother, promised they'd be safe, kept as royalty, not touched, not harmed. It was brilliant politics, showing the Persian nobility that he could be civilized, merciful, maybe even a better king than Darius, who'd abandoned his own family. Later, Darius sent a letter, offering ransom for his family, 10,000 talents, a fortune, and a treaty. Alexander could keep everything west of the Euphrates River, half of Asia Minor, peace, recognition as a great king, just a smaller one than Darius. Parmenion thought it was a good deal. If I were Alexander, I'd accept. So would I, Alexander replied, if I were Parmenion. He sent the letter back. No deal, no ransom. The family would stay with him, treated well, but hostages, and the war would continue until Darius was dead or surrendered completely. No compromise, no sharing. Alexander wanted everything. January 332 BCE. Alexander marched south along the Mediterranean coast, taking cities. Most surrendered immediately. After Issus, nobody wanted to fight him. The man who made great kings run, the blessed of the gods, or cursed, depending on your view. Then he came to Tyre. Tyre was different, special. It sat on an island, half a mile from shore, walls 150 feet high, the strongest fortress in the Mediterranean, never conquered, never. The Assyrians had tried for 13 years, failed. Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon besieged it for 13 years, failed. Nobody took Tyre, ever. The Tyrians knew this. When Alexander arrived, they sent ambassadors. We'll be neutral, they said. Won't help Persia, won't help you, just leave us alone. Fair deal. Alexander could bypass them, continue to Egypt, come back later, or never. But Alexander wanted to sacrifice to Melkart, the god the Greeks called Heracles, Alexander's ancestor. There was a temple to Melkart in Tyre, the most important one. Alexander wanted to pray there, make sacrifice, show the god his respect. The Tyrians said no, he could sacrifice in old Tyre, on the mainland, but not in the island city, not in the real temple. That would mean accepting him as king. They wouldn't do that. Couldn't. Their independence mattered more than their lives. Then I'll take the city, Alexander said. The Tyrians laughed. Actually laughed. Take an island fortress? With what navy? Alexander had disbanded his fleet. He had no ships. How would he even reach the walls? Swim? I'll build a bridge, Alexander said. More laughter. A bridge, half a mile long, in the open sea, with winter storms coming, while they shot at the workers. Impossible. Insane. The boy had finally found something he couldn't do. Alexander started building the bridge. He used the ruins of old Tyre for materials, the ancient city that Nebuchadnezzar had destroyed. Tons of stones, rubble, wood from the mainland. His entire army became construction workers, carrying rocks, driving piles, building a causeway through the sea. At first it was easy. The water near shore was shallow. The causeway grew quickly, 200 feet wide, solid. The Tyrians watched from their walls, still amused. Wait until he reaches deep water, they said. Wait until the storms come. The water got deeper, the work got harder. Tyrian ships came out, shot arrows at the workers. Catapults on the walls could reach now, stones falling from the sky, men dying. But Alexander built towers on the causeway, put archers in them, shot back. The work continued. Then the Tyrians got serious. They took an old horse transport ship, filled it with dry wood, pitch, sulphur, anything that would burn, hung cauldrons of oil from the masts, waited for the wind to be right, then sailed it straight at the causeway. The fireship hit Alexander's towers. The crew lit it and jumped overboard. The explosion was enormous. The towers burned. The causeway burned. Parts collapsed. Weeks of work destroyed in an hour. The Tyrians celebrated on their walls, dancing, mocking. See? Nobody takes Tyre. Alexander started over, made the causeway wider, built it stronger, put more towers on it, better protected. He also realized he needed ships. Can't take an island without ships, so he got them. From everywhere. The cities he'd conquered had ships. They sent them. Didn't want to, but Alexander insisted. Hard to say no to him. Sidon sent 80 ships. They hated Tyre anyway. Trade rivals. Cyprus sent 120. Rhodes sent some. Even Macedonia sent reinforcements by sea. By April, Alexander had 200 ships, more than Tyre. He blockaded the island. No food in, no trade out. The Tyrians were trapped, but still defiant. They had wells, stored food, strong walls. They could last months, years maybe. Alexander tried everything. Ships with battering rams didn't work. Walls too strong, catapults throwing huge stones, barely scratched the walls. The causeway reached the island, but the walls were too high, too solid, built by the best engineers over centuries. The Tyrians fought back cleverly. They dropped rocks in the sea around their walls, underwater obstacles, ships couldn't get close. Alexander had to drag the rocks out. Under fire, they heated sand red hot, poured it on attackers. It got inside armour, burned men alive. They dropped nets on soldiers, hauled them up, threw them into the sea. For 6 months this continued. The bloodiest siege anyone had seen. Alexander getting frustrated, angry. His men dying for one stubborn city. An island that wouldn't surrender. But he couldn't leave, couldn't fail. Not Alexander. He'd never failed at a siege. Wouldn't start now. July 337 BCE. Alexander had a new idea. Crazy idea. He lashed ships together, made floating platforms, put siege towers on them, taller than the walls, brought them to the weakest section of wall, the one his catapults had been hitting for months. The final assault was brutal. Alexander led it personally. First man on the walls, always first. A bridge fell from the siege tower to the wall. Alexander ran across. The Tyrians tried to push him off. He fought them, alone for a moment. Then his shield-bearer joined him, then more. They held a section of wall. Meanwhile, the battering ships had finally broken through. A small breach. Macedonians poured in. The Tyrians fought for every street, every house. They knew what was coming. What always came when a city resisted too long. Death. All of them. 8,000 Tyrians died fighting. 30,000 were sold as slaves. Everyone except those who hid in the temple of Melkart. Sacred ground. Even Alexander wouldn't violate that. Much. He did crucify 2,000 men, all along the beach, for miles. Dying men on crosses, a message to other cities. This is what happens when you resist, when you laugh at Alexander, when you say no. But Tyre wasn't destroyed. Too valuable. Alexander repopulated it, brought in new people. It became his city, his port, and the causeway remained, still there today. Tyre is no longer an island, never will be again. Alexander changed geography itself, made the impossible permanent. After Tyre, no city resisted, not seriously. Gaza tried briefly, few weeks, then fell. Everyone else just opened their gates, welcomed Alexander. Better to live as subjects than die as heroes. November 332 BCE. Alexander entered Egypt without fighting a single battle, not one. The Persian satrap Mazaces met him at the border, handed over the treasury, 800 talents, and control, all of it. No resistance, no conditions, just surrender. Why? Because Egyptians hated Persians, had for generations. The Persians had conquered Egypt twice. Harsh rule, heavy taxes. Worse, they disrespected Egyptian gods, killed the sacred Apis bull, mocked their ancient traditions. Any enemy of Persia was Egypt's friend, even a young Macedonian who claimed to be Greek. Alexander marched to Memphis, the ancient capital, thousands of years old, the pyramids visible in the distance, monuments to god-kings from before Greece existed, before anyone existed. Egypt was old, really old, and Alexander was 24, but he played it perfectly, respected the customs, sacrificed to Apis, the sacred bull, wore Egyptian dress when appropriate, participated in ceremonies. The priests loved him, or pretended to. They crowned him Pharaoh, official title, God King of Upper and Lower Egypt, son of Ra, living Horus. Alexander accepted it all. Why not? If Egyptians wanted to call him a god, let them. Might be useful. Probably would be. Gods don't lose battles. Gods don't die. Gods deserve complete obedience. Yes, being a god could be very useful. But first he had to found a city, his city, Alexandria. January 331 BCE. Alexander walked along the Mediterranean coast, looking for the perfect spot. Found it near the village of Rakotis. Good harbour, fresh water from the Nile, defensive position, room to grow. Perfect. He designed it himself. Walked the outline, where the walls would go. The streets, the palace, the temples, Greek temples and Egyptian ones, side by side. The gymnasium, the theatre, the library, though that would come later, after his death. They ran out of chalk marking the boundaries, used barley flour instead. Birds came down, ate the flour. The men thought it was a bad omen. The seer Aristander said no. It means the city will feed many people, become the crossroads of the world. He was right. It did. But Alexander didn't stay to see it built. Left instructions, left governors, left for the desert, the western desert, the Siwa oasis, 300 miles through sand, to see the oracle of Ammon, Zeus Ammon to Greeks, the most respected oracle in the Mediterranean. Why go? Why risk the desert? His men didn't understand. Parmenion definitely didn't. You're already pharaoh. Egypt is yours. Why waste time on priests and prophecies? But Alexander had to go. Something drove him. Maybe doubt. Maybe destiny. Maybe just curiosity. Was he really Zeus's son like Olympias claimed? Was he divine? Was he invincible? The oracle would know. Oracles always knew, or pretended to know. Same effect. The journey almost killed them. Got lost in a sandstorm, ran out of water. The guides couldn't find the way. Everything looked the same. Sand, more sand, death coming. Then the miracle, or coincidence, or just luck. Ravens appeared, flying straight. The guides followed them, found the oasis. Green, water, life. The gods had saved them, or birds happened to fly the right direction. Believe what you want. The priest met Alexander at the temple entrance. Old man, Egyptian, spoke bad Greek, called Alexander Paidion, meant to say Paidios, son of God. But it sounded like, my child. Or did he mean to say son of God? Nobody knew. Everyone speculated. Alexander went into the temple alone, nobody else allowed. Asked his questions in private. Never told anyone what he asked. Never told anyone what the oracle said. Came out smiling. That's all. Said the god had told him what he needed to hear. But from then on, things were different. Alexander started referring to Zeus as his father. Not maybe, not symbolically, his father. Started getting angry when people doubted his divinity. Started expecting proskinesis, the Persian custom of bowing to kings. Greeks only bowed to gods. The distinction mattered, would matter more later. From Siwa, Alexander returned to Memphis. Found embassies waiting, from Greece, from Cyrene, from Carthage even. Everyone sending congratulations, gifts, submission. The world was noticing. This wasn't just another warlord. This was something new, something unstoppable. Darius noticed too. Sent another letter. Better offer this time. All of Asia west of the Euphrates. 10,000 talents. His daughter in marriage. Alliance. Friendship. Half the world for Alexander. The other half for Darius. Fair deal. Generous deal. Alexander didn't even consider it. Tell Darius the world can't have two suns. One must set for the other to shine. He left Egypt in spring 331 BCE, marched back to Tyre, then inland toward Mesopotamia, toward Babylon, toward Darius. The final confrontation was coming. Had to come. Two kings, one world. Only one could survive. The army that left Egypt was different than the one that had crossed from Europe. Bigger. About 47,000 now. More experienced. They'd won every battle, taken every city. They believed they were invincible, because Alexander was invincible. The oracle had confirmed it. The gods had proclaimed it, but Darius had been busy too, gathering the largest army ever assembled. From every corner of his empire, Indians with elephants, Scythians with poison arrows, Bactrians with armoured horses, some said 1 million men. Exaggeration, but huge. Maybe 200,000, maybe more. The two armies were converging, somewhere in Mesopotamia, for the battle that would decide everything. Who ruled the world? Whether Alexander was really divine? Whether anyone could stop him? Nobody could. But Darius would try. One more time, with everything he had, at a place called Gaugamela, where Alexander would either become the master of the known world or die trying. There was never a third option. Not for him. February 331 BCE. Alexander stood at the edge of the western desert, 300 miles of sand between him and the Siwa oasis. 300 miles of nothing. No water, no shade, no mercy, just sand and sun and death. This is unnecessary, Parmenion said. Again, he'd been saying it for days. You're already Pharaoh. The priest in Memphis crowned you. Egypt is yours. Why risk everything for one oracle? Alexander didn't answer. Couldn't answer, not honestly. Because the honest answer sounded mad. He needed to know, had to know. Was he Zeus's son? Really? Not just Olympias's story? Not just propaganda? But actually divine? The question had been eating at him, growing stronger with each victory, each impossible thing he did. Crossing the Granicus, cutting the Gordian knot, making Darius run. Was it skill, luck, or something more? The oracle would know, had to know. He took a small group, 300 men, his closest friends, Hephaestion, of course, Ptolemy, some guards, light supplies. They had guides, desert nomads who knew the way. Supposedly. The journey should take 8 days, 10 at most. The first 3 days went well, following the coast initially, then turning inland, into the real desert, the deep desert, where the sand went on forever, where the sun burned everything, where men saw things that weren't there, water that didn't exist, cities made of heat shimmer. Day 4. The wind started, not a normal wind, a Khamsin, desert storm, sand everywhere, in your eyes, mouth, nose, can't see 10 feet, can't breathe. The guides tried to navigate, couldn't. Everything looked the same. Sand dunes moved, changed. Landmarks disappeared. They were lost. The water was running low, already. The heat was incredible. Men drank more than planned, sweat more. Some collapsed, had to be carried, or left behind. No, Alexander wouldn't leave anyone. Shared his own water, gave his horse's ration to a sick soldier. Day 5. Still lost. The guides argued. That way. No, this way. Nobody knew. The sun rose, moved, set. But which direction were they going? Southeast toward the oasis? South into endless desert? North back toward the coast? No one could tell. That's when the ravens appeared. 2 of them, black against the white sand, flying straight, not circling, not random, straight southeast, toward something. Water maybe, life maybe, or just more desert. But it was a direction, a choice, better than wandering. Follow the birds, Alexander said. Some laughed. Desperate laughter. Following birds? But what else could they do? They followed. The ravens stayed ahead, always visible. When the men stopped, the birds stopped, waited. When the men moved, the birds moved, leading them. Day 6. The sand changed, harder, rocks underneath. Then, impossible but true, rain. Rain in the desert. Light rain but rain. The men opened their mouths, caught drops on their tongues, filled what containers they could. Not much, but enough. enough to continue. Day 7, green on the horizon, trees, palms, the oasis. Siwa. They'd made it. The ravens circled once, disappeared, their job done, if it was a job, if they weren't just birds flying to water, but nobody believed that, not anymore. The gods had sent them, saved Alexander, again. Siwa was beautiful, springs everywhere, gardens, fruit trees, a paradise in hell. And at its centre, the temple, ancient, Egyptian style but different, older, the oracle of Ammon, Zeus Ammon to Greeks, where questions were answered, futures revealed, destinies confirmed. The priest was waiting, old, bent, wearing the ram horns of Ammon. He spoke Greek, badly, with a thick accent. He greeted Alexander at the temple entrance, called him something. This is where accounts differ. Some say he tried to say paidion, meaning my child in Greek, a friendly greeting, but mispronounced it as paidios, meaning son of God. Others say he said son of God on purpose, knew exactly what he was saying, who Alexander was, or claimed to be. Alexander went inside alone, the sanctuary, the holy of holies, nobody else permitted, not even Hephaestion. What happened inside only Alexander knew. He never told, never, not even dying, took the secret to his grave. He was inside for hours. When he came out, reporters asked what the oracle said. Alexander smiled. I learned what I wished to learn. That's all. No details, no specifics, just that smile, that knowing smile. But something had changed. You could see it. In his eyes, his posture, the way he walked. Like doubt had died in that temple. Like he knew something now. Something certain. Something divine. From that day, Alexander referred to Zeus as his father. Not Philip. Zeus. And he got angry when people questioned it. Really angry. Dangerous angry. The kind that ended with executions. The journey back was easy. No storms, no getting lost. Like the desert itself was obeying now. Accepting. They reached Memphis in 5 days. Half the time of the outward journey. Another miracle. Or good weather, depending on your belief. Spring 331 BCE. Alexander left Egypt with 47,000 men, more than he'd started with. Reinforcements had arrived, from Macedonia, from Greece, even mercenaries. Everyone wanted to join the winner, and Alexander was definitely winning. The army marched back to Tyre, then inland, through Syria, across the Euphrates. No resistance. Darius's governors just ran, or switched sides, or sent tribute and begged for mercy. The Persian Empire was collapsing from the edges inward, like ice melting. But Darius wasn't finished. He'd spent the last year gathering troops, from everywhere, every corner of his empire. Bactrians from Afghanistan, Indians from beyond the Indus, Scythians from the steppes, the Immortals from Persia proper. Numbers vary depending on who you believe. Ancient sources say 1 million men. Modern historians say maybe 200,000. Still huge. Still 5 times what Alexander had. Darius had learned from Issus. No more narrow places. No more terrain that limited his numbers. He chose Gaugamela, a wide plain near modern Mosul. Flat. Open. Perfect for cavalry. For chariots. For using every advantage he had. He even prepared the ground, had it levelled, smoothed, removed rocks, anything that might trip horses, built special runs for his scythed chariots, 200 of them, wheels with blades attached, designed to break infantry lines, cut men in half, and elephants. 15 of them, from India, living tanks. Nothing stopped elephants. They trampled everything. Horses feared them. Men feared them more. Just the smell of elephants could panic an army. Darius was ready this time. Really ready. This would be different. Had to be different. His empire depended on it. His life depended on it. Alexander crossed the Tigris in September. The river was high, Fast, chest deep on the men, they locked arms, formed human chains, helped each other across, lost some to the current, but most made it. On September 30th, Alexander's scouts found the Persian army, spread across the plain of Gaugamela, massive, endless, campfires like stars on the ground, the noise of 200,000 men, horses, elephants, carried for miles. Alexander climbed a hill, looked at the Persian position. His generals climbed up beside him, silent, stunned. They'd never seen anything like this. Nobody had. It was the largest army ever assembled, and it was waiting for them. "We should attack now," Alexander said, "while there's still daylight." Parmenion nearly choked. "Now? Today? They're ready, formed up, we're tired from marching." So we should rest, scout their position, attack at dawn. For once Alexander listened. Maybe the sight of that army gave him pause. Maybe he was just being smart. They made camp, 4 miles from the Persians, close enough to hear them. Drums, chants, prayers to Ahura Mazda. That night Parmenion suggested a night attack. Surprise them, confusion in darkness, better odds. Alexander refused. "I will not steal my victory." He wanted to beat Darius properly, completely. No excuses, no doubts. He went to sleep early, slept well, so well that his officers had to wake him on the morning of October the 1st, the day of the battle. They found him sleeping peacefully, like it was any other day. "How can you sleep?" they asked. "The hard part is over. We found them. Now we just have to beat them." Just beat them. The largest army in history, with elephants, with scythed chariots, with 5-to-1 numerical advantage. Just beat them. Like it was simple, easy, already decided. Alexander arranged his army in an unusual formation, oblique, angled. His right wing, where he was with the companions, was forward. The left wing under Parmenion was back, and he kept reserves, hidden behind the main line, ready to face any direction. Why? Because he expected to be surrounded, knew it would happen. The Persian line was so long it overlapped his on both sides. They would try to wrap around him, envelope him, crush him from all sides. He planned for it, welcomed it even, because it would create gaps, and gaps were all Alexander needed. October 1st, 331 BCE, dawn. The plain of Gaugamela stretched out like a table set for giants. On one side, Darius's army, so vast it seemed to have no end. Persians, Medes, Bactrians, Indians, Scythians, every nation of the empire, 200,000 men maybe, formed in a line 2 miles long. On the other side, Alexander, 47,000 men, Macedonians, Greeks, Thracians, Illyrians, a tiny island in an ocean of enemies. The battle started with the scythed chariots, 200 of them, horses in armour, drivers screaming, blades spinning on the wheels, death on wheels, racing toward the Macedonian line. The ground had been cleared for them, smooth runs, nothing to slow them down. Alexander had prepared for this, his men had practiced. When the chariots came, the infantry opened lanes, just stepped aside. Let them through, like water parting. The chariots thundered through, hit nothing. Behind the main line, light troops were waiting. Javelins, arrows. They killed the horses, drivers. The chariots were useless, expensive, terrifying, useless. Meanwhile, Alexander was moving, leading the companions to the right, diagonal, drawing the Persian left wing with him. They had to follow, couldn't let him flank them. But following meant their line stretched, thinned. The gap was forming. Darius saw it happening, sent his cavalry to stop Alexander, the Bactrians, the Scythians, the best horsemen in the world. They hit the companions hard, really hard. For a moment the Macedonian advance stopped, started to buckle. Alexander personally led a countercharge right into the enemy mass. Bucephalus kicking, Alexander stabbing with his spear until it broke. Then his sword, always forward, always toward Darius. The companions followed. They'd follow him anywhere. into anything. The Persian line bent, stretched, and then it happened. The gap, right in the centre, between the Persian left wing that was following Alexander and the centre where Darius waited. Not a big gap, but enough. Alexander saw it, wheeled the companions left, aimed them like a spear at that gap, at Darius. "For Zeus and victory," he screamed. The companions echoed him. 2,000 horsemen charging at full gallop, right at the heart of the enemy. They hit the gap, punched through. Persian infantry tried to stop them, died trying. The companions were through, into the Persian centre, where Darius waited in his chariot, surrounded by the immortals, the best infantry in Persia. But Alexander wasn't alone. The phalanx was coming too, those 18-foot sarissas, that disciplined advance. Nothing stopped the phalanx, not infantry, not cavalry, not even elephants. Though the elephants tried, trumpeting, charging. The phalangites aimed for their eyes, their trunks. The elephants went mad with pain, turned, trampled their own men. Darius could see Alexander coming, just like Odysseus, that same young man on that same black horse, coming to kill him, through his entire army, unstoppable, inevitable, like death itself. The immortals fought hard, died hard, but they were dying. Alexander was too close, maybe 300 yards, maybe less. Close enough to see Darius's face, the fear in it. Darius ran again, just like Odysseus, turned his chariot, fled. But this time the ground was rough behind him. The chariot got stuck. He jumped out, took a horse, rode away, left everything, his bow, his shield, his royal standard, his army, everything. The Persian centre saw their king fleeing. The panic spread. If the great king runs, why should we die? They broke, ran. The largest army in the world became the largest mob, running, trampling each other, desperate to escape. But on Alexander's left things were different, critical. The Persian right wing had broken through. Parmenion was in trouble, real trouble, his line buckling. Some Persians had even gotten behind the Macedonian line, were heading for the baggage camp, where the Persian royal family was kept. Darius's mother, his wife, his children. Parmenion sent desperate messages. "Help! The left is collapsing. Come back!" Alexander had to choose. Again, chase Darius or save his army. He wanted Darius. One dead king and the war ends. But if his left wing collapsed, if his army was destroyed, nothing mattered. He turned back, led the companions against the Persians threatening Parmenion, hit them from behind, they broke too. The whole Persian army was running now, in every direction. No order, no organization, just panic. The pursuit lasted until dark. Macedonian cavalry chasing, killing. No mercy for the runners. The plain became a slaughterhouse. Bodies everywhere. Persians, horses, elephants. The dead beyond counting. When it ended, Alexander had lost maybe 500 men. The Persians, 40,000, 50,000. Nobody knows exactly. Too many to count. But numbers didn't matter. What mattered was that the Persian Empire was finished. Done. One battle and the largest empire on earth had effectively ended. Alexander captured the Persian camp. The royal tent again. But bigger this time, the main treasury. 3,000 talents. Darius's personal chariot. His bow. His royal vestments. Everything that made him great king. Except Darius himself. He was gone. Running east. Still alive. Still technically king. But king of what? His army was gone. His capitals were defenseless. His empire was Alexander's now. October 331 BCE, 3 weeks after Gaugamela. Alexander approached Babylon, the greatest city in the world. 500,000 people maybe. Walls so thick that chariots could race on top of them. The Ishtar Gate covered in blue glazed bricks. Dragons and bulls in gold. Beautiful, intimidating, impossible to take by force. But Alexander wouldn't need force. Mazaeus, the satrap of Babylon, rode out to meet him. The same Mazaeus who'd commanded Darius's right wing at Gaugamela, who'd almost broken Parmenian's line. Now he came with his sons, unarmed, humble. "Lord Alexander," he said in Persian, then Greek, "Babylon is yours." Just like that. No siege, no battle. The city that had defied armies for 1,000 years, surrendering without a fight. Because what was the point? Fight for whom? Darius, who'd run away twice. Die for a coward king? No. Better to live. Better to serve the winner. Alexander entered Babylon like a god returning home, which in a way he was. The Babylonians threw flowers from rooftops, rose petals, expensive, thousands of talents worth. The priests came out, chanting, burning incense, the whole city celebrating, or pretending to celebrate, hard to tell, but it looked real, felt real. The palace was incredible, huge, room after room of treasures, the throne room where Hammurabi had sat, where Nebuchadnezzar had ruled, where Persian kings had held court. Now Alexander's. But the real wonder was the Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders, if they existed. Some say they did, others say they were myth. But Alexander's men described them, terraces of trees and flowers, rising like a green mountain, water pumped up through hidden channels, paradise built by man. Alexander stayed in Babylon a month, resting his army, paying them, finally. Each man got bonuses, big ones, 6 months' pay extra for infantry, a year for cavalry, more for officers. The treasury could afford it now, would afford more soon. He kept Mazaeus as satrap. Strange decision. The man had fought against him. But Alexander understood something important. He couldn't rule this empire with just Macedonians, too big, too diverse. He needed Persians, Babylonians, locals who knew the customs, the languages, the people. So he created a dual system. Macedonian military governors and Persian civil administrators, working together, or supposed to work together. It would cause problems later, but for now it was brilliant. Show the Persians they still had a place, still had honour, just under new management. From Babylon the army marched to Susa, another capital, another surrender. The satrap there didn't even pretend to resist. Just opened the gates, handed over the treasury, 40,000 talents of silver, 9,000 talents of gold. More money than Alexander could count, than anyone could count. In Susa, Alexander found something interesting. The statues of Harmodius and Aristogeiton, Greek heroes who'd killed a tyrant. The Persians had taken them from Athens 150 years ago. Alexander sent them back. Great propaganda. See, I'm liberating Greek treasures, fulfilling the promise, the Greek revenge story. But he also did something else. Sat on the great king's throne, the famous throne, too big for him. His feet didn't touch the ground, dangled like a child's. One of his men put a table under his feet, so he could sit properly, look kingly. An old Persian eunuch saw this. Started crying. Alexander asked why. That table, the eunuch said, Darius ate from it. Now it's under your feet. Alexander felt bad. Started to remove the table, then stopped. No, this was the message. The old king's dinner table was now his footstool. The symbolism was perfect. Brutal, but perfect. December 331 BCE. Alexander left Susa, marched toward Persepolis, the ceremonial capital, the heart of Persia, where kings were crowned, where they were buried, the most sacred city of the empire. But first he had to get through the Persian gates. The Persian gates were a narrow pass through the Zagros Mountains, the only way to Persepolis from the west, and it was defended. Finally, someone was going to fight. Ariobarzanes, Persian satrap. 40,000 men, maybe less, but good position. The pass was narrow, steep cliffs on both sides. He'd built a wall across it. Perfect defensive position. Alexander would have to come straight at him. No room to maneuver. No clever tactics, just brutal frontal assault. Alexander tried, failed. The first attack was a disaster. Arrows from above, rocks rolled down, men dying in the narrow space, no way forward. Alexander pulled back, lost maybe 300 men. His first real defeat. Sort of. But Alexander had local guides now, prisoners who knew the area. They told him about another path, a shepherd's track, around the pass, over the mountains. Difficult, dangerous, but possible. Alexander split his forces, left Craterus with part of the army at the main pass. Keep Ariobarzanes' attention, make noise, light fires. Looked like the whole army was still there. Meanwhile, Alexander took his best troops, the companions, the hypaspists, elite infantry, around the mountain, at night, in winter, through snow. It took 2 days. Brutal marching, men slipping on ice, falling off cliffs, but they made it. Came down behind Ariobarzanes, dawn of the 3rd day. The Persians woke to find Macedonians behind them, and in front. Craterus was attacking too, coordinated, planned. Ariobarzanes tried to fight, couldn't. Trapped between 2 forces, his men panicked, ran, were cut down. He died fighting, brave to the end, but dead. The pass was open, the road to Persepolis clear. Alexander reached Persepolis in January 330 BCE. The city didn't resist, couldn't, no army left. The treasurer Tiridates surrendered immediately, showed Alexander the vaults, the treasure. 120,000 talents. Impossible number. More money than existed in Greece, all of Greece. Combined, gold, silver, gems, crowns, weapons, art. The accumulated wealth of the Persian Empire, 200 years of tribute, all in one place. All Alexander's now. It took 20,000 mules and 5,000 camels to carry it away. Think about that. 25,000 animals just to move the money. That's how rich Persepolis was. How rich Alexander now was. But Alexander didn't just take the treasure, he took the city. Gave it to his men, let them loose. Told them to take what they wanted, do what they wanted, except to the women. He protected the women, sort of. But the men, the houses, the shops, fair game. The Macedonians went mad. Months of campaigning, years of fighting, finally released. They looted everything, destroyed everything, drunk on wine and violence and victory. The most beautiful city in the world became a ruin in days. Then came the palace, the magnificent palace, hundreds of rooms, columns 60 feet high, the Apadana, the throne hall, where Xerxes had planned the invasion of Greece, where Darius Thor had ruled half the world. Alexander held a feast there, a victory celebration, everyone drunk, including Alexander. That's when Thais spoke up. Thais the Athenian, a hetera, high-class prostitute, Ptolemy's lover, maybe. You know what would be perfect, she said? Burn it. Burn Xerxes' palace. He burned Athens. Now burn his palace. Let a woman's hand light the fire. Perfect revenge. Drunk idea. Stupid idea. But Alexander was drunk too. And the symbolism was perfect. Greek revenge completed. The circle closed. He took a torch. Thais took one. Others too. They went through the palace, setting fires, laughing, celebrating. The palace burned all night. The cedar roof beams, the tapestries, the wooden columns, everything that could burn, burned. By morning only stone remained, blackened, cracked. The most beautiful building in the world, gone. Because of a drunken party, a woman's suggestion, a young king's impulse. Alexander regretted it almost immediately. When he sobered up, tried to stop the fire, too late. It was done. The symbol of Persian power was ash. Maybe that was necessary, maybe not, but it was done. With Persepolis burned, the Greek crusade was officially over. Xerxes had been avenged, the debt paid. The League of Corinth's war was complete. Alexander dismissed the allied troops, sent them home. with bonuses, huge bonuses. Thanks for coming. War's over, you can go. But Alexander wasn't going home, wasn't close to done. Darius was still alive, still running, and beyond Darius was the rest of the empire. Bactria, Sogdiana, India maybe, the edge of the world. Alexander wanted it all, needed it all, would die trying to get it all. But first he had to catch Darius, or find his body. One way or another, there could only be one king, and Alexander had already decided which one that would be. Spring 330 BCE. Alexander left Persepolis burning and chased ghosts. Darius was somewhere ahead, running, always running, north through Media, toward the Caspian Sea, toward the edge of nowhere. The chase was brutal. Force marching, 25 miles a day, sometimes 30, through mountains, deserts, men dropping from exhaustion, horses dying. But Alexander wouldn't stop. Couldn't stop. Every day Darius lived was a day Alexander wasn't really king. The reports came in fragments. Darius was in Ecbatana, had 30,000 men. No, 20,000. No, less. His support was collapsing. Governors weren't coming. Soldiers were deserting. The great king was just a fugitive now, running with whoever still believed in him, or feared him, or had nowhere else to go. Alexander reached Ecbatana in June. Darius was gone, fled 12 days earlier, heading east, toward Bactria, the edge of the empire. Alexander faced a choice. Keep chasing into unknown territory, or stop, consolidate, be smart. He kept chasing, of course he did. But first, he did something important. Sent the Thessalian cavalry home, the Greek allies too, paid them off, massive bonuses, 6 talents per cavalry, 1 talent per infantry, fortunes. But here's the clever part. He offered to rehire them, as mercenaries, individual contracts. Many said yes. They'd follow Alexander anywhere, for the right price. Then he left Parmenion in Ecbatana, the old general, Philip's friend. Too old for this chase, too slow, too careful. Guard the treasury, Alexander told him. I'll be back. He wouldn't be. Neither would Parmenion, but that's another story. Alexander took 20,000 men, his best, fastest, most loyal, and rode hard, harder than before. The reports were getting desperate. Darius's own nobles were turning on him. Bessus, satrap of Bactria, Barcentes of Arachosia, Nabarzanes the cavalry commander. They were holding Darius prisoner, their own king, prisoner. Why? Because Darius was bad luck, a coward. He'd run twice, lost everything. Maybe if they gave him to Alexander they could make a deal, or maybe they'd kill him themselves. Claim the throne, try to rally what was left of Persia. July 330 BCE, the desert near the Caspian Gates. Alexander had been riding for 11 days straight, 400 miles, men sleeping in the saddle, horses foam-mouthed, dying, but getting closer, always closer. A Persian noble came to Alexander's camp. Bagisthenes, defecting, had information. Bessus has arrested Darius, put him in chains, golden chains, but chains. They're just ahead, maybe 50 miles. Alexander took 500 cavalry, his absolute best, left everyone else behind. Even infantry would slow him down. Rode all night, all the next day, no stops, no rest. Horses started dying. Men took fresh ones from locals, kept riding. Dawn. They caught up with the Persian rearguard. It scattered. No fight, just ran. Alexander kept pushing, following the dust cloud, the trail of abandoned supplies, broken wagons, dead animals, an army dissolving. Then he found them, or what was left. The Persians had panicked when they heard Alexander was close, right behind them. Bessus and the others had made their decision. They couldn't escape with Darius, couldn't surrender him, couldn't let Alexander take him alive, so they killed him, stabbed him with javelins, many times, left him in a wagon, dying, maybe already dead. Accounts differ. Some say Alexander found him still breathing, gave him water, heard his last words, Darius thanking him for treating his family well, naming Alexander his successor, asking him to avenge his murder. Probably not true. Darius was likely dead when Alexander arrived, but the story sounds better, more dramatic, more legitimate. The dying king passing power to his conqueror, asking for justice, getting it. Alexander covered Darius's body with his own cloak. Purple cloak, royal purple, had it sent to Persepolis to be buried with full honours in the tomb of kings with Darius's ancestors, Cyrus, Xerxes, all of them. This was brilliant politics. Alexander wasn't the foreign conqueror who destroyed Persia. He was the avenger of Darius, the legitimate successor, the one who honoured the rightful king while punishing his murderers, because now Bessus was the enemy, the traitor, the regicide. He declared himself Artaxerxes V, the new great king, had support in Bactria, Sogdiana, the eastern provinces, the ones that had never really seen Greeks, still thought Persia could be saved. Alexander would teach them otherwise, but it would take 3 years, the hardest 3 years of his life, fighting an enemy that wouldn't face him, in territory that killed armies, against people who didn't know they were supposed to be beaten. Autumn 330 BCE, the city of Prada in Drangiana, modern Afghanistan. Alexander was resting his army, planning the campaign against Bessus. Then Philotas was arrested. Philotas, son of Parmenion, commander of the companion cavalry, one of the most powerful men in the army, Alexander's friend since childhood. Sort of friend. Complicated friend. The charge was treason, not committing it, not exactly, but knowing about it and not reporting it. A man named Dimnus had planned to kill Alexander, told his lover Nicomachus, who told his brother Cebriones, who told Philotas, who told nobody, sat on it, waited. Why? Maybe he was part of the plot. Maybe he wanted to see if it would succeed. Maybe he just didn't take it seriously, didn't matter. When Alexander found out through other sources, he exploded. The trial was public. Had to be. The Macedonian army had the right to try capital cases. Ancient law. Even Alexander couldn't ignore it. Philotas stood before the assembled troops, thousands of them, his fate in their hands. Alexander spoke first. Prosecutor, judge, king. This man knew of a plot to murder me, your king, his friend, and said nothing. What is that but treason? Philotas defended himself. Badly. He was arrogant, always had been, talked down to the common soldiers. Now he needed their mercy, didn't know how to ask for it. I didn't think it was serious. Dimnus was a nobody, a fool. I get reports of plots every day. Most are nothing. This one wasn't nothing. Dimnus is dead, killed himself when arrested. Guilty men do that. The evidence came out. Letters, witnesses. Philotas had been complaining about Alexander for years, the Persian customs, the claiming to be Zeus's son, the demanding of proskinesis. He's forgotten he's Macedonian, Philotas had said. Thinks he's a god. True words, but dangerous words, fatal words. The army voted, guilty, death sentence. Macedonian law said death by stoning. But first, torture, to get the whole truth. All the names, everyone involved. They tortured Philotas all night. Red-hot metal, stretching, things best not described. He confessed. Of course he did. Everyone confesses under torture. Said he and his father had been planning treason. For years, waiting for their chance. Was it true? Maybe. Probably not. But it didn't matter. Philotas was stoned to death the next morning. The army threw rocks until he stopped moving, stopped breathing. Old friends throwing stones at childhood friend. That's what suspicion does, what fear does, what absolute power does. But Alexander wasn't done. Parmenion was still in Ecbatana, with the treasury, with troops loyal to him. If he learned his son was dead, he might rebel. Probably would rebel. Any father would. Alexander sent messengers, fast riders, with sealed letters, orders for the generals in Ecbatana, kill Parmenion immediately before he hears about Philotas. The old general was walking in his garden when they came, reading a letter, maybe from Alexander, maybe lies about his son being well, being promoted. They stabbed him many times. He died not knowing his son was already dead. 70 years old, Philip's best friend, the man who'd won half Alexander's battles, dead in a garden for a maybe crime. The army was shocked. Parmenion? The loyal Parmenion? If he could die, anyone could die. Everyone was suspect. Everyone was dangerous. Trust disappeared. Fear replaced it. Alexander reorganized the companions, split command between multiple officers. No one man would have that much power again. He also created a new unit, the indisciplined, made up of soldiers who'd complained, criticized, questioned, put them all together, where he could watch them, where they could prove their loyalty or die trying. The message was clear, crystal clear. Alexander was not Philip, not the rough Macedonian king who drank with his men, forgave their faults. He was something else now, something more dangerous. The great king, the son of Zeus. Question that at your peril. Spring 329 BCE. Alexander marched into Bactria, modern Afghanistan, ancient nightmare, a land that ate armies, mountains that touched the sky, deserts that went forever, people who'd never been conquered, never would be, or so they thought. Bessus was waiting there, still calling himself Artaxerxes V, still pretending to be great king, had maybe 7,000 cavalry, some infantry, not much of an army. But he had the terrain and the people, and that was enough, almost. Alexander crossed the Hindu Kush in early spring, through snow, through passes 15,000 feet high. Men couldn't breathe, altitude sickness, frostbite, snow blindness. They ate raw meat because fires wouldn't burn, no oxygen. Horses died, men died, but they kept going. Why not wait for summer? Because Bessus expected that. Everyone waited for summer. Alexander did the impossible. Again. Came through the mountains when no one could come through the mountains. Bessus ran. North across the Oxus River, burning the countryside behind him. Scorched earth. No food for Alexander's army, no supplies, just ash and desert. Let the land kill the invaders. It had before, would again. But Alexander kept coming, found food somehow, bought it, stole it, rationed it, made it last, reached the Oxus, no boats. Bessus had burned them all. The river was huge, half-mile wide, fast, cold, snowmelt from the mountains. Alexander did what he'd done at the Danube, had his men stuff their tents with straw, made floats, crossed the uncrossable river in 5 days, the entire army. Impossible, but done. Bessus's support collapsed. His own nobles betrayed him, Spitamenes and Datafernes. They arrested Bessus, sent word to Alexander. We have him. Come get him. Make peace with us. We're not your enemies. Alexander sent Ptolemy to collect Bessus. Found him naked, collar around his neck like a slave. Spitamenes had humiliated him completely. Alexander had him whipped, publicly, then sent to Ecbatana to be tried for killing Darius. Eventually executed, crucified, or torn apart by trees. Accounts differ, doesn't matter, he died badly. But catching Bessus didn't end the rebellion. Made it worse, actually. Now there was no central leader, just local warlords, tribal chiefs, each defending their own valley, own mountain, own village. Guerrilla war, the worst kind. Spitamenes led the resistance now. He'd betrayed Bessus, but not to submit to Alexander. To fight better, smarter. He knew the land, every path, every water source, every ambush site. Hit Alexander's supply lines, garrisons, then disappeared. Ghost warrior. Alexander founded cities to control the region. Alexandria Echate, Alexandria in the Caucasus. Others, 16 Alexandrias eventually, fortified points, Macedonian garrisons. But the locals just went around them, or over them, or waited and attacked when Alexander moved on. The fighting was brutal. Not battles, skirmishes, ambushes, entire units disappearing in mountain passes, found later, dead, mutilated, messages written in corpses, "Go home, you don't belong here." Alexander responded harshly, burned villages, executed rebels, sold populations as slaves. The nice Alexander was gone, the merciful Alexander. This was the other one, the one who'd destroyed Thebes, the one who'd crucified Tyrians, the necessary monster. Autumn 328 BCE. Marakanda, modern Samarkand. Alexander was holding a feast, victory celebration, sort of victory. Spitamenes was still out there, but some regions had submitted, some battles won, enough to celebrate, or drink. Same thing for Macedonians. The hall was full. Officers, friends, the old guard who'd been with Alexander since the beginning, and the new ones, Persians, Bactrians, the conquered who'd become administrators, wearing Persian robes, speaking Persian, following Persian customs. Alexander sat in the middle, dressed like a Persian king now, purple robes, the upright tiara, eye makeup even. The Macedonians hated it, but smiled, pretended to approve. Fear makes good actors. The wine flowed. Macedonian wine, unmixed, strong, everyone drunk, including Alexander, especially Alexander. He'd been drinking more lately, much more, since Philotas, since Parmenion, since the guerrilla war started. Wine helped, or seemed to. Someone started singing songs about Alexander's victories, comparing him to the ancient heroes, better than Heracles, greater than Achilles, divine Alexander, godlike Alexander, flatterers, always flatterers around kings. Cletus the Black was there, old warrior, Philip's generation. He'd saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, killed Spithridates. Without Cletus, Alexander would be dead. 7 years ago, but still. That mattered, should matter. Cletus was drunk too, listening to the songs, the flattery, getting angry. These boys singing about Alexander like Philip never existed, like the old guard never existed, like Alexander did everything alone. "Enough!" Cletus shouted. "These victories belong to all Macedonians, not one man." The hall went quiet, dangerous quiet. Alexander looked at him. "The victories are mine. I lead. I plan. I fight in front. With an army Philip trained, with generals Philip appointed, with tactics Philip created. Philip is dead. I rule now. You rule Macedonians, not Persian slaves. We don't bow to you. We're free men." Alexander's face was getting red. The bad sign, the danger sign. But Cletus kept going, the wine-talking, the frustration of years. "You dress like them," pointing at the Persians. "Talk like them. Marry them. Forget you're Macedonian. Philip would be ashamed." Philip was a drunk who couldn't cross a room without falling. That drunk conquered Greece. You're losing to mountain bandits. Alexander grabbed a spear from a guard. Threw it. Missed. Cletus's friends were pulling him away, toward the door. "Get out, get away, sleep it off. Tomorrow apologize, maybe live." But Cletus broke free, came back. Had to have the last word. Fatal mistake. "You want to be a god? You're not even the man Philip was. You're—" Alexander grabbed another spear. Didn't miss this time. Through Cletus's chest, deep. Cletus looked surprised. Looked at the spear. At Alexander. Tried to speak. Blood came out instead of words. Fell. Dead. The hall was silent. Frozen. Alexander stood over the body, his friend's body. The man who'd saved his life. Killed by his own hand. The spear still standing upright from Cletus's chest. He made me, Alexander started, then stopped, ran from the hall. For 3 days, Alexander locked himself in his tent. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't drink, wouldn't see anyone. Crying, calling for Clytus, calling himself a murderer, threatening suicide, maybe serious, maybe theatre. With Alexander, hard to tell now. The army was terrified, not of punishment, of having no leader, in hostile territory, surrounded by enemies. If Alexander died, they all died. They begged him to come out, to live, to lead. The philosophers helped, Anaxarchus especially, told Alexander it wasn't murder, it was justice. Kings define justice. Whatever they do is just by definition, because they're kings, divine kings especially. Zeus doesn't murder, Anaxarchus said. He brings justice. You're Zeus's son. Therefore you brought justice. Twisted logic. But Alexander wanted to believe it, needed to believe it. So he did. Came out, took command again. But something had changed. Again. The army looked at him differently. He'd killed Clytus, his friend, his saviour, while drunk, while angry. Who was safe? Nobody. And Alexander looked at them differently too. Saw fear where there'd been love, suspicion where there'd been loyalty. The distance between king and subjects had become a canyon, unbridgeable, permanent. Spring 327 BCE, the Sogdian Rock, a fortress in the sky, literally, built on top of a mountain, sheer cliffs all around, 4,000 feet up, impossible to attack, impossible to besiege, had food for years, snow for water, perfect defensive position. Oxyates held it. Bactrian noble, one of the last resistors, had his family there, his treasury, his pride. When Alexander demanded surrender, Oxyates laughed, sent a message. Come up if you have wings. Alexander asked for volunteers. Who can climb? 300 men stepped forward. He promised huge rewards, talents of gold, land, glory. I need you to have wings. They climbed at night in winter, using tent pegs as pitons, ropes, fingers freezing to rock. 30 fell, died, but the rest made it. By dawn they were above the fortress, above the impossible position. They waved flags, shouted. The defenders looked up, saw Macedonians above them, where no one could be, but were. Oxyates surrendered immediately. If Alexander could put men up there, he could do anything. No point fighting gods or demons, whatever Alexander was. At the surrender, Alexander met Roxana. Roxana, Oxyates' daughter, 16 maybe, beautiful. Everyone agreed on that. The most beautiful woman in Asia after Darius' wife. Dark hair, dark eyes, skin like cream. She danced at the feast, some ritual dance, Bactrian custom. Alexander watched, couldn't stop watching. I want her, he told Hephaestion. Take her, she's yours by conquest. No, I'll marry her. The Macedonians were shocked. Marry a barbarian, a Bactrian, the king of Macedonia marrying some mountain chief's daughter? It was insulting, degrading, wrong. But Alexander didn't care, or maybe he calculated perfectly. Marrying Roxana would pacify Bactria, make allies of enemies, show respect for local customs, smart politics, but also he wanted her. Simple as that. Saw her, wanted her, would have her. The wedding was Bactrian style, sharing bread. Alexander cut a loaf with his sword. They ate together, married. That's simple. No Greek ceremony, no Macedonian customs, just Bactrian. Another insult to his men, another step away from who he'd been. But it worked. Politically. Oxyates became Alexander's strongest supporter. Other Bactrian nobles followed. The rebellion weakened, not ended, but weakened. Marriage accomplished what battles couldn't. Roxana was clever too, learned Greek quickly, understood politics, knew her position was precarious, a barbarian queen among Macedonians who hated her. But she had one advantage. Alexander loved her, or desired her. Close enough. She could give him what no one else could. An heir, a legitimate heir, half Macedonian, half Asian, perfect symbol of the new empire. But that was future. For now she was just the teenage bride of a king who called himself a god, following him toward India, toward the edge of the world, toward glory or death. With Alexander, always both. Spring 326 BCE. Alexander stood at the Khyber Pass, the gateway to India. Behind him, the conquered Persian Empire. Ahead, the unknown, India, a land of elephants and tigers, of gold and gems, of wise men who went naked and kingdoms beyond counting. The Greeks knew almost nothing about India. Myths, mostly. Stories. Herodotus had written about gold-digging ants the size of dogs, men with feet so large they used them as umbrellas. Probably nonsense, but maybe not. In Alexander's world, anything was possible. Real intelligence was better. King Taxils of Taxila had already submitted, sent ambassadors, promised support. Smart man. He'd heard what happened to those who resisted Alexander. Thebes, Tyre, Gaza. Better to be a living ally than a dead hero. But not everyone in India felt that way. King Porus ruled beyond the Hydaspes River. The Jhelum, tall man, maybe 7 feet, ruled from elephant back, had 200 war elephants, maybe more, and he had no intention of submitting to some foreign boy. Alexander entered India with about 30,000 men, less than he'd started with. Garrisons left behind, casualties, desertions. But these 30,000 were the core, the veterans, men who'd marched from Macedonia, survived everything, believed they were invincible, because Alexander was invincible. The first Indian city they met was Masaga, walled, strong, 7,000 mercenaries defending it, professional soldiers from central India. They fought differently than Persians, no armour, but fast, flexible, swords that could cut through bronze. The siege lasted 4 days. On the 4th, Alexander was climbing a siege ladder, leading, always leading. An arrow hit him in the ankle, deep. He kept climbing, fought on the wall, limping, bleeding. The city fell. Everyone expected massacre. That's what happened to cities that wounded Alexander. But Alexander made a deal with the mercenaries. Join me, fight for me. They agreed. Why die for a lost cause? But that night, they tried to escape, back to India, home. Alexander surrounded them, killed them all, everyone, 7,000 men. Treachery, he called it. Maybe, or maybe just men wanting to go home. The pattern repeated across the borderlands, cities resisting, falling, populations enslaved or killed, but also something new. The gymnosophists, naked philosophers, holy men who owned nothing, wore nothing, wanted nothing. Alexander was fascinated. He'd studied with Aristotle, loved philosophy. These men were different. They stood in the sun all day, on 1 foot, or lay on burning sand, testing themselves, conquering desire, conquering fear, conquering everything internal while Alexander conquered everything external. He sent on Socrates to talk with them, learn their wisdom. The conversation was strange. "What are you doing?" Socrates asked. "Living," they replied. "What is Alexander doing?" "Conquering the world." "Why?" "To rule it all." "And then?" "Then glory, fame, immortality." They laughed. Actually laughed. "He already rules more land than one man can walk in a lifetime. What use is more? And immortality? His body will die like everyone's. Only actions echo in eternity." Alexander heard this, came himself, asked them to join him, teach him. Most refused. But one came, Calanus, followed Alexander for 3 years, until India broke him too, but that's later. By summer, Alexander reached Taxila. Taxils welcomed him like a brother, or pretended to, gave him elephants, 56 of them, troops, supplies, gold, everything. In exchange, Alexander helped him against his enemies, starting with Porus. The monsoon was coming. Everyone knew it. Indians knew when the rain started, when rivers flooded, when fighting became impossible. Porus was waiting beyond the Hydaspes, expecting Alexander to wait. No one fought during monsoon, no one sane. Alexander marched to the Hydaspes in the rain. Early monsoon, but still monsoon. The river was already rising, brown, fast, angry. On the far bank, Porus waited. His army spread along 20 miles of riverbank, watching every crossing point. The elephants were the problem. Horses won't go near elephants. The smell terrifies them. If Alexander tried to cross, his cavalry would panic, refuse, be useless. And without cavalry, Alexander was just another infantry commander. Good, but not great, not divine. So Alexander played games. Every night he'd make noise at different crossing points. Trumpets, shouts, like he was crossing. Porus would rush his elephants there. Nothing. Next night, different place, same result. After weeks of this, Porus stopped responding. Boy crying wolf. When Alexander made noise, Porus ignored it. July 326 BCE. The night was perfect for Alexander's purpose. Dark, no moon, rain falling hard, thunder covering sound, the Hydaspes roaring with floodwater. No one would cross tonight. Impossible. Suicidal? Perfect. Alexander had found a spot 17 miles upstream, a wooded island in the river. Good cover. He'd been secretly preparing boats there, taking them in pieces, assembling them hidden, while he made noise elsewhere. Distraction, deception, his specialty. He took 5,000 cavalry, 6,000 infantry, his best. Left Craterus at the main camp with the rest. When Porus moves to fight me, you cross. If he stays, you stay. Make him choose. They launched in the storm. Rain so hard they couldn't see the far bank. River so loud they couldn't hear commands. Boats spinning in current. Horses swimming. Men praying. Lightning showing glimpses of chaos. They hit land. Wrong land. Another island. Not the far bank. Had to launch again. Swim again. Dawn coming. Time running out. Finally reached the real bank. Formed up. Soaking. Exhausted. But across. The impossible done again. Porus got word. Alexander was across. But only part of his army. This was the chance. Crush Alexander while divided. He sent his son with 2,000 cavalry, 120 chariots, quick force, fast response. Wrong response. Alexander's cavalry destroyed them. The chariots stuck in mud. Useless. Porus's son died fighting. When Porus heard, he knew. This wasn't a raid. Wasn't a feint. Alexander was really across. Really coming. Porus made his choice. Left a small force to watch Craterus. Took everything else. 85 elephants, 20,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, formed a line, elephants in front like a living wall, infantry between them, cavalry on the wings. Alexander studied the formation. The elephants were the key. Break them, break everything. But how? Horses wouldn't charge elephants. Infantry feared them. These weren't the few elephants at Gaugamela. This was a wall of giants, trumpeting, terrible. Alexander's plan was complex, risky. He'd attack with cavalry, but not straight on, angle right, draw Porus's cavalry away. Meanwhile, Conus would take some cavalry around, far around, hit from behind. When Porus turned to face that, Alexander would strike. Confusion, chaos, elephants useless in chaos. It started perfectly. Alexander charged the Indian left wing, not at the elephants, around them. The Indian cavalry came to meet him, had to, couldn't let Alexander get behind their line. They fought in the mud, rain still falling, horses slipping, men falling, brutal. Then Conus hit from behind. The Indian cavalry turned, had to face both ways. Impossible. They broke. fled back to the elephant line for protection. Fatal mistake. Their own elephants caused chaos. Cavalry trying to get through. Infantry trying to hold formation. Elephants confused, angry, wet, scared. That's when the Macedonian infantry arrived. The phalanx, they'd learned about elephants now. Aim for the eyes, the trunk, the legs. Make them panic, make them turn. The elephants went mad, trumpeting, spinning, trampling their own men more than enemies. But Porus kept fighting, on his elephant, 9 feet tall on a beast 12 feet tall, throwing javelins, commanding, rallying, even as his army collapsed, even as blood ran from 7 wounds. He wouldn't surrender, wouldn't run, would die fighting. Alexander respected that. Wanted Porus alive. Sent Taxiles to offer terms. Porus threw a javelin at Taxiles, almost killed him. Finally, an Indian prince Porus trusted convinced him. The battle was over. 20,000 Indians dead. Porus's army destroyed. Surrender or die pointlessly. Porus came down from his elephant, barely standing, blood everywhere. Alexander rode up, had to look up. Porus was that tall. "How do you wish to be treated?" Alexander asked. "Like a king," Porus replied. Alexander smiled. "That and more." He let Porus keep his kingdom. Added to it, actually. Made him satrap of Indian territories. Porus became one of Alexander's most loyal supporters. Respect, earning respect. The only way Alexander knew to make friends, through combat. After the battle, Alexander realized Bucephalus was missing. The horse was 30 years old, ancient for a war horse, had carried Alexander across the known world, from Macedonia to India, through every battle, every victory. They found him by the river, dying. Wounds from the battle, or maybe just age, time. Even legendary horses die. Alexander sat with him, held his head. The black horse who'd been afraid of his own shadow, who only Alexander could ride, who'd saved Alexander's life 12 times, carried him to glory. When Bucephalus died, Alexander cried, really cried, not the political tears for fallen soldiers, real grief. This horse had been with him longer than most of his friends, since he was 12, before he was king, before he was anything. Just a boy with a wild horse. Alexander founded a city there. Bucephala, name for the horse. Some say he built a tomb, massive, marble. Others say he burned the body. Royal funeral, like for a general, a friend. Because that's what Bucephalus was. Maybe his last real friend. The only one who never betrayed him, never questioned him, never feared him. The army didn't understand. All this for a horse? But Alexander understood. The horse represented something, his youth, his humanity. The boy who tamed the untamable. That boy was gone, had been for years. But when Bucephalus died, he was truly dead. Only the king remained. The god, the conqueror, the thing Alexander had become. From the Hydaspes, Alexander pushed east, always east, toward the Ganges, toward what Greeks thought was the edge of the world, the great ocean that surrounded all land. Just a little further, always just a little further. But the monsoon was fully here now. Rain every day, all day, rivers flooding, mud everywhere, armor rusting, weapons rotting, men sick, fever, foot rot, exhaustion. They'd been marching for 8 years, fighting for 8 years. When would it end? More kingdoms submitted, or were conquered. The Cathians resisted. Alexander was wounded again, arrow in the shoulder, kept fighting, always fighting, city after city, until they reached the Hyphasis River, the bees, another river, another crossing, another kingdom beyond. August 326 BCE. The rain hadn't stopped for 70 days. Everything was mud. Leather rotted off their bodies, metal rusted, food spoiled. Men were dying from disease more than combat. Snakes. Poisonous. Everywhere. Mosquitoes carrying fever. This wasn't war anymore. It was survival. Alexander called an assembly, Time to motivate, time to inspire. Cross the Hyphasis. Just this one river. Beyond it, the Ganges. Beyond that, the Eastern Ocean. The end of the world. We're so close to conquering everything, to doing what no one has ever done. The army listened, silent. No cheers, no enthusiasm, just tired faces, empty eyes. Men who'd given everything, had nothing left to give. Beyond the Ganges, Alexander continued, are kingdoms of gold. The Nanda Empire, 3,000 war elephants, 200,000 infantry. We'll beat them like we beat everyone. Then the ocean, ships home, sailing around the world, back to Macedonia. Heroes, gods, rich beyond imagination. Still silence. Then Conus stood up. Old general, loyal, had fought at the Granicus, at Issus, Gaugamela, everywhere, never questioned, never hesitated, until now. Alexander, he said, carefully, respectfully but firmly, look at us, look at your men. We're not an army anymore, we're ghosts, shadows. 8 years we've followed you, to the end of the earth, but earth doesn't end. There's always another river, another kingdom, another war. Alexander's face darkened, that dangerous look. But Conus continued, had to, speaking for everyone. Those who started with you, how many are left? Half? Less. The rest are dead, or crippled, or left in garrisons across Asia. We have wives we've never seen, children we've never met, wealth we can't enjoy because we're always marching, always fighting. Cowards, Alexander spat. You're cowards. No. Conus stayed calm. We're men. Just men. Not gods, not heroes from Homer. Men who want to go home, who've earned the right to go home. You've conquered more than any man in history. Isn't that enough? It's never enough. There's always more. That's what makes us great. That's what makes you great. We just die for your greatness. The words hung there. Truth spoken, dangerous truth, the kind that ends with executions. But the army murmured agreement, soft at first, then louder. They agreed with Conus, all of them, even the officers, even the companions. Alexander looked at them. His army, his tool of conquest, broken, not by enemies but by exhaustion, by India, by rain and mud and distance and time. They wouldn't cross, wouldn't fight. Oh, they'd defend him, die for him if attacked, but they wouldn't attack any more, wouldn't conquer. The machine was broken. Think about it, he said, cold, angry. Think hard. Tomorrow, tell me your decision. He went to his tent. For 3 days he stayed there. Wouldn't see anyone, wouldn't eat. Classic Alexander sulk, usually worked. The army would panic, beg him to come out, promise anything, follow him anywhere. Not this time. They waited, patient, sad but determined. They wouldn't cross, couldn't cross. The will was gone, broken. After 3 days, Alexander emerged. Had the seers take omens for crossing? The omens were bad. Of course they were. Alexander told them to be bad. Face-saving excuse. The gods don't want us to cross, he announced. We turn back. The army cheered, first time in months. Real cheers, joy, relief. They were going home, finally. After 8 years, going home. But Alexander wasn't really giving up, just changing direction. They'd go back, yes, but by a different route. Down the Indus River to the sea, then along the coast. Through lands never conquered, never explored, still conquering, just differently. He had 12 altars built at the Hyphasis, massive ones, 80 feet tall, to mock the limit of his conquest, the edge of Alexander's world, each altar to an Olympian god, Zeus, Hera, Apollo, all of them. Sacrifices made, games held, like a victory celebration, but it wasn't victory. It was the first time Alexander had been stopped. By his own men, by human limitation. The altars were also a promise or threat. Alexander would come back, someday, finish the job, conquer the rest. But not now, not with these men. They were used up, spent. The tool was broken. He'd need a new one. September 326 BCE. Alexander had a new project. Ships, hundreds of them. He jungfu the Indus by river, 800 vessels built, galleys, transports, horse carriers. The entire army would sail or march along the banks, south, to the ocean. It took 2 months to build the fleet. Alexander used the time to organize, made Porus stronger, gave him more territory. Loyal allies were rare, had to be rewarded, founded more cities. Nicaea, where he'd beaten Porus, more Alexandrias, leaving his name everywhere, like graffiti on the world. November 326. The fleet launched. Alexander on the lead ship, sacrificing to river gods, to Poseidon, to ancestors, the beginning of a new kind of conquest. Naval, riverine. Different, but still conquest. The journey started peacefully. Local tribes submitted, or fled. Word had spread. The god king who'd beaten Porus, who commanded storms, who couldn't be killed, better to submit. Safer. But the Malians didn't submit. Fierce tribe, warriors, they had a city. Strong walls, deep ditches. They'd heard Alexander was wounded, tired, his army weak. Maybe they could win. Maybe they could be the ones who killed Alexander the Great. January 325 BCE, the siege of the Malian city. Alexander was angry. These people slowing him down, defying him, after everything, after all his victories. Some nobody tribe thought they could resist. The siege went badly. The walls were strong, the defenders fierce. Alexander got impatient, grabbed a scaling ladder, started climbing, alone. His guards tried to follow. The ladder broke. Too many men, too much weight. Alexander was on the wall. 3 guards with him, that's all. The entire Malian army below. Jump back down, retreat. Not Alexander. Never Alexander. He jumped forward, into the city, into the enemy. 4 men against thousands. Insane, suicidal, typical Alexander. He fought with his back to the wall, shield up, sword swinging, the guards beside him, dying beside him. An arrow hit Alexander. Through his armour into his lung, deep, he kept fighting. Blood bubbling from his mouth, still fighting. The Macedonians went berserk. Their king inside, dying. They attacked the walls like madmen, broke through, found Alexander standing, barely, arrow still in him, blood everywhere, but alive, sort of. The doctor cut out the arrow, with it came blood, lots of blood and air, sucking chest wound, lung punctured. Alexander passed out, stopped breathing. The army thought he was dead. Panic, grief, rage. But Alexander lived. Somehow. Always somehow. Weak. Couldn't walk. Could barely breathe. But alive. The army needed to see him. Know he lived. Or they'd fall apart. Massacre everyone. Go mad. He had them carry him to a ship, prop him up. Sail past the army on shore, he waved. Weakly, but enough. He's alive. The God King lives. We're saved. But Alexander nearly died. Should have died. The wound never fully healed. Breathing was never easy again, pain constant. He drank more to deal with it. Wine, unmixed. Lots of it. The doctor said rest, months of rest. Alexander said no. Keep moving. Always moving. Stop moving and die. The Malians paid for that arrow. Every city destroyed. Every male killed. Women and children enslaved. Genocide. That's what it was. Complete extermination. A message to others. This is what happens when you wound a god. By February they reached the ocean. The Indian Ocean. What Greeks thought was the edge of everything. Alexander sailed out into open water, made sacrifices to Poseidon, gold bulls thrown into the waves. Thanks for reaching the edge. Prayers for the journey home. But which way home? The fleet under Nearchus would sail along the coast, explore, map, find the sea route to Babylon. The army would march, but not the easy way. through the Gadrosian Desert, the worst desert in the world. Why? Because it was there. Because no one had done it. Because Alexander had to do what no one had done. September 325 BCE. Alexander stood at the edge of the Gadrosian Desert, modern Balochistan. The guides told him don't go. Nobody crosses the Gadrosian. Cyrus the Great tried with a huge army, lost all but 7 men. Queen Semiramis tried, lost almost everyone. It's death, pure death. Alexander went anyway. Why? The fleet needed support. Nearchus was sailing along the coast, would need supplies, water, food. That's what Alexander said. But the real reason? Because Cyrus had failed. Because everyone said it was impossible, and Alexander had built his whole life on doing the impossible. He took maybe 40,000 people, not just soldiers, wives, children, camp followers, traders, everyone who'd attached themselves to the army over the years, like a moving city, a city walking into hell. The first days weren't terrible, hot but manageable, some water sources, some vegetation. The guides knew this part. Stay near the coast, follow the valleys, find the wells. It was possible, hard but possible. Then the guides got lost, or the wells were dry, or both. The desert changed. Sand dunes like mountains, moving, shifting. What was a valley yesterday was a hill today. No landmarks, no direction, just sand and sun and death. The heat was beyond description. Metal armor became torture devices. Men stripped it off, threw it away, weapons too, everything too heavy. Just walking was enough, more than enough. The sand was so hot it burned through sandals. Men wrapped their feet in cloth. That burned too. Water ran out on day 5, the last drops given to children, women. Alexander refused his portion, poured it in the sand. If my men thirst, I thirst. Noble gesture, stupid gesture. Leaders need to live. But it was pure Alexander. Share the suffering, lead by example. They marched at night now, trying to avoid the heat. But night in the desert is cold, freezing. Men who'd been burning all day now shivered, huddled together. Some never woke up, frozen, in a desert. Day 7. People started dying, really dying. Not just the weak, everyone. Soldiers who'd survived 8 years of war, dead. Children, dead. Horses, dead. The strong taking water from the weak. Murder for a mouthful of warm liquid. The sand got into everything. Eyes, nose, mouth, lungs. Men coughed blood, went blind. The wind never stopped. Screaming wind, driving sand like needles, stripping skin. No shelter, no escape. Just endurance. Day 10. A miracle or hallucination. Green on the horizon, an oasis. Water, life. The army ran. Those who could still run. Stumbling, crawling, desperate. It was real. A small spring, barely enough for 100 men. 40,000 tried to drink from it. Chaos, fighting, trampling. The spring was destroyed, fouled, mud and blood and bodies. What little water there was ruined. They had to keep moving, leave the dead, leave the dying. No time for burial, no strength for mercy. Then came the flash flood. Desert floods are strange, sudden, violent. It hadn't rained where they were, but somewhere, mountains maybe, rain fell, rushed down dry riverbeds, walls of water, no warning. The army was camped in a wadi, a dry riverbed, seemed safe, protected from wind, mistake, fatal mistake. The water came at night, fast, violent, swept away the baggage train. The women and children were sleeping there, gone, all gone, supplies, food, what little they had, gone. Alexander saved himself, barely, climbed to higher ground, watched his people drown in a desert. The irony. Dying of thirst for days, then drowning. The gods' cruel joke. Day 15 or 20. Nobody was counting anymore. Time had no meaning. Just sun, rising, setting, rising. People walked until they fell, then crawled, then stopped. The trail was marked by bodies, a road of corpses leading back the way they'd come. The horses were eaten, raw, no fire, no wood, just desperate people eating raw horse meat, drinking horse blood, then eating the pack animals, then the dogs, then leather, shields, sandals, anything that might have nutrition, might keep them alive one more day. Alexander walked. When his horse died, he walked, shared the suffering. Real suffering this time, not symbolic. His lips cracked, bleeding. His skin burned black. The God-King looked like a skeleton, wrapped in rags, indistinguishable from his dying men. Some men went mad. The heat, dehydration. They saw cities in the distance, lakes, rivers, ran toward them, into empty desert, never came back. Others just sat down, gave up, waited for death, peaceful at the end, accepting. Day 20-something. The scouts found water, real water, a river. The army, what was left, stumbled to it, drank. Too much, too fast. Many died from drinking. Stomachs couldn't handle it. Burst, died in agony, survived the desert to die from water. Finally, day 60, they reached Carmania. Civilization, food, water, life. Of the 40,000 who entered the desert, maybe 15,000 survived. 25,000 dead. More than all Alexander's battles combined. Killed by sand and sun and his own ambition. The survivors were broken. Not just physically, mentally, spiritually. They'd seen things, done things. Mothers abandoning children, soldiers murdering friends for water. Cannibalism, some whispered. Though nobody would confirm it. Nobody would deny it either. Alexander had survived, but he was different, thinner, harder. The wound from the Malian arrow hadn't healed, got worse in the desert, infected maybe. He drank constantly now, wine for pain, wine for memory, wine for forgetting. The Gedrosian desert had done what no army could. It had defeated Alexander, not killed him, but defeated him, shown him limits, real limits, the kind you can't overcome with courage or clever tactics or divine blood, the absolute limits of human endurance. February 324 BCE, Susa. Alexander had recovered, sort of. The desert was behind them. Nearchus had survived too, his fleet battered but intact. The empire was whole, the rebellion in Bactria crushed, India partially conquered. Time to celebrate, time to unite, time for something grand. Alexander announced a wedding. Not just his wedding, everyone's wedding. Mass marriage. 10,000 Macedonian soldiers would marry Asian women. All at once, all together, the fusion of East and West. Made real, made permanent, made mandatory. The Macedonians were horrified. Marry barbarians, have half-breed children, become half-Persian themselves. This wasn't what they'd fought for. They'd conquered Persia, not become Persia. But Alexander insisted, commanded, and when Alexander commanded, you obeyed, or died. The ceremony lasted 5 days, the greatest wedding in history. Alexander himself married 2 women, Statera, Darius's daughter, and Parysatis, daughter of Artaxerxes III, both Persian royalty, both political marriages. Hephaestion married Drypetis, Statera's sister, so their children would be cousins, Alexander's plan for dynasty. The weddings were Persian style. The grooms sat in chairs. The brides came, gave them a kiss, sat beside them, drank from the same cup. married. That simple. That alien to Macedonian custom. Everything about it was wrong to the Macedonians, but they did it. Had to. Alexander gave every couple wedding gifts, dowries, gold for officers, silver for common soldiers, talents of it. Also paid off all debts. Any soldier who owed money, Alexander paid it. No questions. Clean slate. Cost him 20,000 talents. He could afford it. Had all of Persia's treasure now, but the marriages were forced. Empty. Most soldiers already had wives. Macedonian wives. Back home. These Persian brides were insults, chains, reminders that Alexander wasn't their Macedonian king anymore. He was something else. The great king. The Persian title, Persian customs, Persian wives. Worse were the 30,000 Persian boys. Alexander had been training them for years, since 327, teaching them Macedonian tactics, Macedonian discipline. They marched into Susa in perfect phalanx formation, better than some Macedonian units. Alexander called them his successors. Like the Macedonians could be replaced, were being replaced. The veterans watched these Persian boys, 17, 18 years old, fresh, eager, loyal to Alexander, only to Alexander. No memories of Macedonia, no homesickness, no complaints. Perfect soldiers, the future, and the Macedonian veterans, the past, obsolete, discarded. The tension was building, had been for years, since Alexander started wearing Persian dress, since he demanded proskynesis, since he called Zeus his father, since he married Roxana, but this was too much. The weddings, the successors, the transformation complete. Alexander wasn't Macedonian anymore, wasn't Greek, was something else, something they didn't recognize, didn't like, didn't trust. Summer 324 BCE, Opis on the Tigris River. Alexander made an announcement. He was discharging veterans, 10,000 of them, sending them home, with bonuses, huge bonuses. A talent each for infantry, more for cavalry. Enough to live like kings in Macedonia. It should have been good news, going home, rich, victorious. But the veterans heard something else. Replacement, abandonment. You're too old, too slow, too Macedonian. I have Persians now. Young Persians, loyal Persians, better Persians. The assembly exploded. Not grateful, angry, furious. 8 years of conquest. Mountains of dead friends. Rivers of blood. For what? To be thrown away? Replaced by Persian boys? They shouted at Alexander. Actually shouted. At the God King. The man who'd crucified thousands for less. Go ahead, someone yelled. Send us all home. You and your father, Zeus, can conquer alone. That was the line. The uncrossable line. Mocking his divine parentage. In public. In front of everyone. Alexander jumped from the platform. Grabbed the man himself. Had him arrested. Then another. Another. 13 ringleaders. Dragged away. Executed immediately. No trial. No mercy. The assembly went silent. Shocked. These were veterans. Heroes of Gaugamela. Issus. India. Dead. For words. For truth. Alexander climbed back up. Face red. Veins bulging. That rage that had killed Clytus. But controlled now. Focused. Cold. You ungrateful bastards, he began, and it got worse from there. He listed everything. Every victory. Every piece of gold. Every honour. Everything he'd given them. Made them rich. Made them famous. Made them more than the farmers and shepherds they'd been. And this was their gratitude. Complaints. Rebellion. My father found you wearing sheepskins, hiding in mountains from Illyrians, from Thracians, from each other. I made you masters of the world, and you complain? Fine. Go, all of you. Go home. Tell them how you abandoned your king, your god, in barbarian lands, surrounded by enemies. Go! He stormed off, locked himself in his palace. for 3 days. Classic Alexander tactic. Sulk. Wait. Let them panic. Let them realize what they'd done, what they'd lose. It had always worked before, but this time was different. He wasn't just sulking. He was planning. Appointing Persians to command positions, making Persian nobles companions, creating a Persian phalanx, showing the Macedonians they could be replaced, were being replaced, right now. The Macedonians broke first. Of course they did. Where would they go? How would they get home? Through thousands of miles of hostile territory, without Alexander's protection, his name? They'd die before reaching the Hellespont. They came to the palace, begging, crying, literally crying, veterans weeping like children. Forgive us. We're sorry. We're your men, your Macedonians. Don't replace us. Don't abandon us. We'll follow you anywhere. India again, the edge of the world. Just forgive us. Alexander let them wait. 2 days. Suffering. Begging. Then emerged. Forgave them. Embraced them. Literally. Went through the crowd hugging veterans. Kissing them. Persian custom, but they didn't care. They were forgiven. Still his men. Still had purpose. He held a feast. 9,000 guests. Macedonians and Persians. Mixed. Sitting together. Eating together. Greek seers and Persian magi performed rituals together. Alexander prayed. For harmony. For unity. For one empire. One people. Under one king. Him. The veterans still went home. 10,000 of them. But voluntarily now. Heroes returning. Not discarded, but honoured. Craterus led them. Slow march. It would take a year. Many would die on the road. Old men. Worn out. But they'd die going home. That mattered. Alexander kept the young, the strong, the future, and the Persians. Always the Persians now. The army was changing, the empire was changing, everything was changing, becoming something new. Not Greek, not Persian, something else. Alexander's vision, or delusion, depending on your perspective. October 324 BCE, Ecbatana, the summer capital, cool mountains. Alexander was holding games, athletic competitions, drinking contests, lots of drinking contests, the Macedonian specialty. How much unmixed wine could you drink? Some men died competing, considered honourable death, dying for wine, very Macedonian. Hephaestion got sick. Fever, nothing serious at first. He was 32, strong, healthy. It would pass. The doctor Glaucius put him on a strict diet. No wine, no rich food. Rest. Boring but necessary. Alexander was at the theatre, watching boys compete. Hephaestion was feeling better, hungry. The doctor had gone to the theatre too. Hephaestion got up, ate a whole chicken, drank a half-gallon of wine, immediately got worse, much worse. By the time Alexander arrived, Hephaestion was dying, really dying. The fever had returned, violent, delirious. Alexander sat with him, held him, spoke to him. Hephaestion couldn't answer, maybe couldn't hear. The fever was consuming him. For 7 days, Alexander never left his side. Didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't sleep, just sat there, watching his closest friend die. The one who'd been with him since childhood, since Aristotle's school, the one he'd run naked around Achilles' tomb with, his Patroclus. When Hephaestion died, Alexander lost control, completely. He lay on the body, crying, screaming, had to be dragged away, cut his hair off, mourning, ordered the horses' manes cut too. The sacred flame in the temples extinguished, banned music, laughter, joy. The whole empire would mourn. He had Glaucius crucified. The doctor who'd left Hephaestion alone. Let him eat. Let him die. Maybe unfair, maybe not. Didn't matter. Someone had to pay. Someone did. The funeral was insane, even for Alexander. 10,000 talents spent, a pyre 200 feet high, decorated with gold, silver, precious woods, weapons, treasures, like burning a city's worth of wealth. The pyre had levels, ships on one, torches on another, eagles, sirens, lions, all carved, all covered in gold, all burned. Alexander wanted Hephaestion worshipped as a god. Sent to the oracle at Sior, they said no. Even for Alexander, no. But he could be a divine hero, like Heracles. That would have to do. Alexander ordered shrines built, cults established. His dead friend would be remembered, forever, or as long as Alexander's empire lasted, which wouldn't be long. Without Hephaestion, Alexander drank more, much more, always drunk now, angry drunk, sad drunk, dangerous drunk. He attacked the Kasaans, mountain tribe. They'd done nothing, didn't matter. Alexander needed to kill something, everyone. 40,000 Kasaans died. An offering to Hephaestion's spirit, Alexander called it. Genocide as grief therapy. He planned monuments, a tomb in Babylon that would dwarf pyramids, a temple in Alexandria, statues everywhere. Hephaestion would be immortal, in stone if not in flesh. Alexander would make sure. It's all he could do. The only power even god-kings have over death. Memory. But Alexander was sick too. Had been since the Malian arrow, since the Gedrosian desert. The wound that wouldn't heal, the cough that wouldn't stop, the fever that came and went. The wine helped, or seemed to. But wine was also poison, slow poison, the kind that kills kings who think they're gods. 323 BCE, Babylon. Alexander was planning again, always planning. The Arabian expedition, ships being built, army being assembled. The entire Arabian Peninsula would be his. Then Carthage, the Western Mediterranean. Then North, Scythia, the Black Sea regions. Then, always more. But omens were bad, very bad. A prisoner sat on Alexander's throne, wearing his crown, his robes. Some said it was a test by the gods. Others said mental illness. The man was executed, but the omen remained. Someone else on Alexander's throne. Soon, May 29th. Medius's party. Medius was a friend, flatterer, always had wine, always had parties. Alexander went, drank heavily, even for him, heavily, all night, into the morning, drinking contest maybe, or just drinking to forget, to not think, to not feel. May 30. Alexander woke with fever, not unusual. He'd had fevers before, many times, but this was different, stronger. He tried to perform sacrifices, could barely stand, went back to bed. The fever got worse. May 30, still burning, couldn't eat, could barely drink, but still planning, giving orders about the Arabian expedition, ships, supplies, routes, as if he'd be leading it, as if he'd recover. He always recovered. June 1st, worse, much worse. They carried him to the bathroom, bathed him in cool water, didn't help. The fever was consuming him. From inside, eating him alive. He couldn't walk now, could barely speak. Whispers only. Roxana was pregnant. There was also Heracles, his bastard with Barcin, or his half-brother Aridaeus, simple-minded but royal blood. June 5th. The army heard their king was dying, refused to believe it, demanded to see him, would riot if refused. So they filed past, one by one, thousands of men. Alexander couldn't speak, couldn't move much, but he looked at each man, moved his eyes, maybe raised his hand slightly, acknowledging them, his men, his instruments of conquest. June 7th. Alexander was barely conscious. The generals asked again, "Who should succeed you?" Critical question. The empire needed an heir. clear succession, or it would tear itself apart. Alexander whispered something, or tried to. Some heard kratisto, to the strongest. Others heard kreteroi, to Craterus. Maybe he said nothing. Maybe they imagined words, wanted words, needed words. June 10th, evening. Alexander died, 32 years old, 11 years as king, conquered everything from Macedonia to India, never lost a battle, never failed at a siege, did impossible things, believed impossible things, maybe was impossible things. Different stories about the death. Poison, Medius and others conspiring, or disease, typhoid, malaria, West Nile virus, or accumulated damage. Years of wounds, infections, that Malian arrow, the Gedrosian desert, the wine, lots of wine, body finally breaking. Even divine bodies break eventually. The general stood around the bed, looking at the corpse, the thing that had been Alexander, small man, scarred, thin from illness. Hard to believe this body had conquered the known world. But bodies don't conquer. Wills do. Minds do. And Alexander's will had been stronger than anyone's. Ever. But now what? The empire was vast. Babylon to Egypt to India. Different peoples, languages, religions, held together by one man's personality, one man's sword. That man was dead. The personality gone. The sword fallen. What would hold it together now? Nothing. That was the answer. Nothing would hold it together. It would fragment. Immediately. Violently. The generals would fight. Divide. Destroy. The empire Alexander built would last exactly as long as Alexander lasted. No longer. His body lay there. June in Babylon is hot. Bodies decay fast. But Alexander's didn't. For 6 days it lay in the heat. Didn't decay, didn't smell. The embalmers were afraid to touch it. What if he wasn't dead? What if gods don't die like men? What if he was just waiting? Finally they embalmed him. Honey, precious oils, gold coffin. The body would travel. To Macedonia. To be buried with his fathers. No, Ptolemy would steal it. Take it to Egypt, Alexandria, the city Alexander founded, where it would become a tourist attraction, a dead god for people to visit, to pray to remember. But that was later. For now the generals stood around the bed, looking at each other, calculating. Who was strongest? Who had the best claim? Who had the most troops? The wars were already starting, in their minds, in their hearts. Alexander's empire was already dying, died with him, the moment he stopped breathing. To the strongest, he'd said, or maybe said. It was the worst possible answer, and the most Alexander answer. Even dying he couldn't let go, couldn't name an heir, couldn't admit someone else could rule, should rule, would rule. Only the strongest deserved to rule, and Alexander had been strongest, no one else, ever. June 323 BCE. Alexander's body wasn't cold yet, still lying there in the Babylon palace. The generals were already arguing, fighting with words first. Swords would come later. Perdiccas had the ring, Alexander's seal ring, pulled it off the dying king's finger, or Alexander gave it to him. Stories differ, but he had it. That meant something. Maybe everything. Maybe nothing. Depends who you asked. The first question was simple. Who rules? The second was harder. Who decides who rules? The Macedonian army had the right to choose kings, ancient tradition. But which army? There were Macedonian troops everywhere. Babylon, Egypt, Greece, India still. Which ones counted? Roxana was pregnant, due in months. If it was a boy, he'd be Alexander's heir. Half Macedonian, half Bactrian, but still royal blood. But a baby couldn't rule. Someone would need to be regent for years. Decades, maybe. Who? There was also Aridaeus, Philip III Aridaeus, they'd call him, Alexander's half-brother, 36 years old but mind of a child. Some said Olympias had poisoned him as a baby, made him simple, safe. He had royal blood, pure Macedonian blood. But could an idiot be king? And Heracles, Alexander's bastard with Barcine, 4 years old, in Pergamon with his mother. Bastard, but Alexander's son. Some said that mattered, others said it didn't. Bastards can't inherit, except when they can. When men with swords say they can. The infantry wanted Aridaeus, Macedonian soldiers, common men. They knew him, liked him, simple but kind. Macedonian. One of them. Not some half-Persian baby, not some bastard. Aridaeus. The cavalry wanted to wait. See if Roxana had a son. More sophisticated, thinking ahead. A baby could be controlled, shaped, made into whatever the regent wanted. And they all planned to be regent. Almost came to blows right there, in the throne room, infantry facing cavalry, Macedonians ready to kill Macedonians, over a corpse, Alexander's corpse, still right there, watching with dead eyes. Compromise. Both would be king. Aridaeus and Roxana's baby if male, joint rulers, unprecedented, stupid. But it stopped the fighting. For now. Perdiccas would be regent. Had the ring, had support, had position. Then they divided the empire, like cutting up a roast, each general getting a piece. Ptolemy got Egypt, rich, defensible, perfect. Antigonus got Phrygia, central position, good for expansion. Lysimachus got Thrace. Antipater kept Macedonia. He was already there, had been since Alexander left. Seleucus got Babylonia. Would eventually get much more. Eumenes, the Greek secretary, got Cappadocia. Others got smaller pieces, crumbs from Alexander's table, everyone grabbing what they could. The empire was dead. The feast had begun. But first, problems to solve. Roxana solved hers immediately. Statira, Alexander's Persian wife, was in Babylon too. Darius's daughter, better bloodline than Roxana. If she was pregnant too, Roxana invited her to visit, poisoned her sister too, just to be safe. Bodies thrown in a well, problem solved, very Macedonian solution. The Greeks heard Alexander was dead, revolted immediately. Athens led, Sparta joined, others followed. The Lamian War, they called it, trying to throw off Macedonian control. Antipater was besieged, trapped, looking like Greece might be free again. Then Craterus arrived, with the veterans, 10,000 of them. They crushed the Greeks, destroyed the Athenian fleet. Athens would never be a power again. Ever. Democracy ended, oligarchy installed. Demosthenes, the great speaker, poisoned himself rather than be captured. Greece was broken, permanently. Meanwhile, Perdiccas was trying to hold things together. Impossible job, like holding water in your hands. The empire was leaking away, each satrap becoming independent, making their own coins, their own laws, their own armies. Roxana gave birth, a boy, Alexander IV. The generals proclaimed him king, joint king with Uncle Aridaeus, a baby and an idiot ruling the largest empire on earth. What could go wrong? Everything. Perdiccas tried to marry Cleopatra, Alexander's sister, real sister, full Macedonian blood. That would make him legitimate, royal. The others couldn't allow that. Would make him too powerful. War started. Real war. The wars of the Diadochi, the successors, would last 40 years. Perdiccas invaded Egypt, tried to take it from Ptolemy. Disaster. Crossing the Nile. Crocodiles ate his men, hundreds of them. The army mutinied. His own officers killed him, stabbed in his tent. The man with Alexander's ring, dead in 2 years. The empire fragmented fast, faster than anyone expected, like ice breaking in spring, sudden, violent, irreversible. Antipater took over as regent. Old man, 76, Philip's generation, trying to hold together Alexander's generation. Impossible. He lasted a year, died, named Polyperion's successor, not his son Cassander. Big mistake, fatal mistake. Cassander wouldn't accept it. Took Macedonia by force, hunted Olympias. Alexander's mother had returned, trying to protect her grandson, Alexander IV. She'd killed Aridaeus first, and his wife, executed them, said they were pretenders, only her grandson was true king. Cassander caught her. 316 BCE, put her on trial, she defended herself, reminded everyone she was Alexander's mother, mother of the god. Didn't matter, they stoned her, the mother of Alexander the Great, killed by rocks thrown by Macedonians, no burial, body left for dogs. Then the boy, Alexander IV, 13 years old now, starting to look like his father, act like him. That was dangerous. Cassander had him killed. Quietly. Poison probably. His mother Roxana too. Both bodies hidden. No graves, no markers. The direct line of Alexander. Gone. Heracles lasted longer. The bastard son. Grew up hidden. Protected by his mother Basine. Until he was 17. Then Polyperson tried to use him. Make him king. Challenge Cassander. Cassander offered Polyperson a better deal. Polyperson killed Heracles and Basine, his own allies, for money, for position. The last of Alexander's blood, gone. Meanwhile, Antigonus was trying to reunite the empire. Called himself the successor. The real one. Had the largest army, most territory, might have succeeded, but the others united against him. Couldn't let one man rule all. That was Alexander's thing. Once was enough. Battle of Ipsus. 301 BCE. Antigonus died fighting, 81 years old, still on horseback, still dreaming of empire. His son Demetrius escaped, would cause trouble for years. But the dream of reunification died with Antigonus. Ptolemy was smartest. Stayed in Egypt, didn't try to conquer everything, just held Egypt, made it rich, stable. His dynasty would last 300 years, until Cleopatra, the last pharaoh, also Macedonian, also descendant of Alexander's generals. Seleucus got the east. Babylon, Persia, Bactria, largest piece of the empire, but ungovernable, too big, too diverse, would shrink over time, pieces breaking off, but lasted longest, until Rome came. By 281 BCE, the dust had settled. The wars of the Diadochi were over. The empire was permanently divided. 3 main kingdoms emerged, plus smaller ones. The world Alexander made was gone, replaced by something else, multiple somethings. The Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt, capital at Alexandria, the city Alexander founded, became the intellectual center of the world, the library, the lighthouse, the museum, Greek culture in African setting, pharaohs who spoke Greek, worshipped Greek gods, and Egyptian ones, fusion, like Alexander wanted, but different. The Seleucid Empire in Asia, biggest territory, from Turkey to India, or tried to be, kept losing pieces. Bactria broke away, became Greco-Bactrian kingdom, Greeks ruling Afghans, building Greek theatres in Hindu Kush, minting coins with Greek and Sanskrit, cultural mixing, forced but real. The Antigonid kingdom in Macedonia, smallest, poorest, but the homeland, where it all started, trying to control Greece, never quite succeeding. Greece was broken but still rebellious, city-states scheming, leagues forming, the Achaean League, the Aetolian League, fighting each other, fighting Macedonia, fighting everyone. Smaller kingdoms too. Pergamon in Asia Minor, rich from controlling trade, building the second greatest library, trying to out-culture Alexandria. Pontus on the Black Sea, Cappadocia in central Turkey, Epirus in the west, Alexander's mother's homeland, each claiming legitimacy, each claiming to be Alexander's true heir. They all used Alexander's image, on coins, in statues, in propaganda. We are continuing Alexander's work, But they weren't. They were just kings, regular kings, not world conquerors, not gods, not legends. Just men with crowns and armies and ambition, normal ambition, human-sized ambition. The Hellenistic age, they called it. Greek culture spread everywhere, but changed, mixed. Local traditions surviving, adapting. Greek gods with Egyptian faces, Persian customs with Greek names, Indian philosophy in Greek language. Not what Alexander planned, but what happened. Cities everywhere named Alexandria, 70 of them, from Egypt to Afghanistan, some huge, some tiny, all claiming connection to him, the dead god-king. Most had nothing to do with him, founded after his death. But the name had power, still has power. Alexandria in Egypt still exists, still called Alexandria, still remembers him. Alexander was more powerful dead than alive. Stories about him spread, changed, grew, each culture making him their own. The Alexander Romance, written maybe 300 BCE, maybe later, nobody knows. Fictional biography, adventures, miracles. Alexander fighting dragons, flying to heaven in a basket pulled by griffins, descending to ocean floor in glass ball, meeting Amazons, talking to trees that predict future, finding fountain of youth, missing it, dying young, always dying young. The romance spread everywhere, translated into every language, Latin, Arabic, Persian, Ethiopian, Slavonic, Mongolian even, each version different, adding local colours, local concerns, local heroes becoming Alexander's companions, local villains becoming his enemies. In Persia he became Iskandar, still conquered them, but respectfully, honourably. Married to Roxana becomes love story, not political arrangement. Fighting Darius becomes tragic. Two noble kings forced to fight. Persians made him their own. The conqueror who became Persian, who understood Persian greatness, who continued it. In Egypt he was the liberator, the pharaoh who restored the old ways, who respected the gods, who built Alexandria as gift to Egypt, not Greek conquest, Egyptian renewal. The priest kept his memory, his cult, for centuries, until Christianity came. Even then stories survived, changed but survived. In India he was Alexandra, the great warrior who met naked philosophers, who learned wisdom, who turned back not from mutiny but from enlightenment. Realizing conquest was meaningless, Buddhist texts have him, Jain texts, Hindu texts, each different, each making points about their own philosophy, using Alexander to teach their truths. Medieval Europe made him Christian knight. Impossible, but they did. Alexander the Great, defender of Christianity. 300 years before Christ, fighting Muslims, 600 years before Muhammad. Time meant nothing. Stories mattered. The perfect king, the world conqueror, had to be Christian. What else could he be? Islam claimed him too, Iskandar Dul-Qarnayn, Alexander the Two-Horned, in the Quran maybe. Building wall against Gog and Magog, protecting civilization from chaos. Some say it's him, others say different king, but Islamic tradition took him, made him prophet king, monotheist, searching for immortality. Finding wisdom instead, Jews had their version. Alexander visiting Jerusalem, bowing to the high priest, recognizing the one God, sparing the temple. Probably never happened, but story spread. Became real through repetition. The Greeks adopted it, made it part of official history. Why not? Made Alexander look wise, tolerant, divine even. Was Alexander great, or just lucky? Genius or madman? Hero or monster? History can't decide, won't decide. Every generation asks again, answers differently. Military genius? Yes, obviously. Never lost a battle. Conquered the known world by 30. Changed warfare forever. Combined arms tactics, siege warfare, logistics, speed, psychological warfare. Everything modern militaries do, Alexander did first, or perfected. But also lucky. Faced weak enemies. Persia was declining. Darius was incompetent. Run twice. If Persia had better leadership, if Memnon of Rhodes had lived, if the satraps had united, if, history is made of ifs. Visionary? He imagined world unity, East and West merged, one culture, one empire, one humanity under one ruler. Him, of course, but still. The vision was there, cities planned, trade routes opened, knowledge shared, Greek science meeting Eastern wisdom, creating something new, something better maybe. But also destroyer. How many died? Hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. Cities erased, Thebes, Tyre, Gaza, Persepolis burned, cultures disrupted, families destroyed. For what? One man's ambition, one man's need to be remembered, to be God. The infrastructure he built lasted. Roads, cities, trade networks, connected Europe, Africa, Asia, made the Silk Road possible, Roman Empire possible, modern world possible maybe. Without Alexander, no Hellenistic age, no Roman adoption of Greek culture, no Byzantine Empire, no Renaissance rediscovering Greek texts. History completely different. But the human cost, always the human cost. Soldiers marching until they died, civilians enslaved, women raped, children orphaned, the Macedonian generation destroyed, the Persian nobility eliminated, the Greek cities broken, freedom ended, democracy ended, for one man's glory. He spread Greek culture, education, art, philosophy, theatre, science, libraries built, schools founded, knowledge preserved, translated, transmitted. The Library of Alexandria alone worth everything, maybe. Preserved ancient wisdom, until it burned. But for centuries it lit the world. But also cultural imperialism, forced Hellenization, local traditions suppressed, languages lost, gods replaced, or merged until unrecognizable. What was lost? What wisdom disappeared? What possibilities ended? We'll never know. Winners write history. Alexander won. Personal character. Courage definitely. Always led from front. First on walls, first across rivers, shared danger, shared suffering. Men followed him because he never asked them to do what he wouldn't do. Wounded dozens of times, nearly died repeatedly, kept fighting, always fighting, but also cruel. Crucified thousands at Tyre, destroyed Thebes, murdered Clytus, executed Philotas, Parmenion, Callisthenes, anyone who questioned, anyone who threatened, even friends, even family. Power corrupted, absolute power corrupted absolutely. Alexander proved it. Generous, gave away fortunes, rewarded loyalty, paid debts, founded cities, built temples, supported arts, sciences, philosophy, spent everything he conquered, left nothing for himself, died with nothing, gave it all away, but also vain, named cities after himself, demanded worship, called himself God, son of Zeus, made men bow, proskynesis, Persian custom, degrading to Greeks. But he demanded it, needed to be more than human. Why? Insecurity, megalomania, both, the truth, all of it. Alexander was everything, genius and madman, hero and monster, builder and destroyer, human and inhuman. That's why he fascinates. That's why we remember. He was humanity's potential, good and bad, great and terrible, all at once, all at 32. Most humans live small lives, safe lives. Alexander lived the largest life possible, did everything, conquered everything, experienced everything, burned bright, burned out, left a crater in history. We're still walking around the edges, still measuring the impact. Great? Yes. Good? No. Necessary? Maybe. History needed shaking. Persian Empire was stagnant. Greek cities were exhausting themselves. Something had to change. Alexander changed everything, violently, permanently. Whether that's greatness or catastrophe depends on perspective, on what you value, on who you are. But we remember him 2,300 years later, still talking about him, still arguing, still wondering, what if he'd lived? Conquered more? Conquered less? Never existed? The questions never end. That's his real immortality. Not in stone, not in books, in questions, in wonder, in the eternal human fascination with those who refuse limits, who demand everything, who get it, and pay the price. Alexander wanted to be remembered forever. In that, only that, he succeeded completely. The boy from Macedonia who conquered the world, who died young, who became legend, who became immortal, the only way humans can, through memory, through story, through never being forgotten. That's what greatness is, maybe. Not goodness, not happiness, not wisdom, just impact. Changing things so completely that history breaks into before and after. Before Alexander, after Alexander, different worlds. He created that break, that change. That's why he's great. Capital G, forever.